bus crept into the city like it was tired too. Lena sat by the window, forehead resting against the glass, filmed with dust and old fingerprints. Outside, downtown Los Angeles unfolded in slow motion under a melting orange sky. Neon signs tried to wake up in the half-light, some missing letters, some buzzing faintly as if clearing their throats. A liquor store glowed in harsh red. A laundromat sign flickered between open and OP. Steam drifted up from a street vent, catching the headlights of passing cars and turning them into soft, dirty halos. Somewhere near the front of the bus, a radio murmured in Spanish. The words washed over her, warm and unintelligible, mixed with the low rumble of the engine and the occasional rattle when the bus hit a pothole. Sirens rose and fell in the distance, never quite close, always sliding away down side streets she could not see. She was almost at the last stop. Her backpack sat between her knees, the same one she had carried through airports and across 2 countries. The front pocket was slightly torn where a zipper had broken years ago. Inside was the life she had allowed herself for this trip. A folded map she pretended she did not need, a tangled pair of earbuds, a battered paperback she had not managed to finish, and her journal. The journal's cover had once been blue. Now it was more gray than anything, edges softened from being opened and closed too many times. When the bus slowed at a red light, she unzipped the bag just enough to press her fingers against the small orange bottle tucked into a side slot. The pills inside rattled once, a dry plastic clatter. She did not take it out. It was enough, for now, to feel the shape of it, solid and familiar. A strange kind of anchor. In the journal, the last page she had written on carried a line that she kept reading over and over, trying to start again. She had written it twice by accident, or maybe not by accident. Below it, in her hurried looping handwriting, she had scribbled, "Brainstorms, days when noise feels like water." It had made sense when she wrote it back in Vancouver, rain against the window, her head crowded and heavy. The idea of noise filling a room the way water does, slowly, stealthily, until you did not realize you were drowning in it. The bus lurched forward. Streetlights slid past in measured intervals, casting a pale rhythm across the faces of the few remaining passengers. A man in a faded baseball cap, asleep with his mouth open. A woman staring at her phone with the kind of exhausted focus that said she had nowhere else to put her attention. Lena watched their reflections stutter over her own in the window and tried to imagine she looked like someone who belonged in this city. 22, traveling alone, half brave, half fragile, like everyone else. The driver called out the final stop in a bored voice. The doors hissed open, letting in a breath of air that smelled like hot concrete, old cigarette smoke, and something greasy from a nearby food truck. Lena stood, hoisted the backpack onto one shoulder, and stepped down to the sidewalk. Evening had thinned into the kind of early night that made everything look slightly unreal. Buildings loomed above her, their windows lit in random patterns, tiny squares of yellow stacked on top of each other. Somewhere to her left, a car alarm chirped twice. To her right, a bicycle bell rang. It sounded like all the noises knew their place, and she was the only one out of step. She checked the address on her phone. Harbor Crest Hotel, 3 blocks away, according to the map. The little blue dot pulsed on the screen like a heartbeat, then steadied. She walked, the straps of her backpack biting gently into her shoulders. As she turned onto the hotel's street, the city seemed to slouch a little. The sidewalk was cracked, patched in places with uneven squares of darker cement. An alley yawned between two buildings, the smell of damp cardboard and stale urine drifting out. A stray newspaper, soaked and torn, clung to a storm drain. Above, a tangle of electrical wires sagged like a spider's web that had given up trying to be neat. Harbor Crest Hotel rose from the corner like a block of old memory someone had forgotten to erase. The brick exterior was stained in vertical lines where rain had carved its tracks over the years. Some of the windows were lit, most were not. On the roofline, something metal glinted briefly in the last of the daylight. Antennae, maybe, or vents. It was too high and too far to make out clearly. The sign over the entrance had lost its brightness long ago. Harbor Crest, the letters declared in flaking paint, though the B was half gone and the C looked ready to surrender. Below it, a small neon vacancy light flickered on and off with an irritated buzzing sound that was louder than its glow. Every time it flared to life, it painted the wet patch of sidewalk beneath it in sickly pink. A gutter above the doorway dripped steadily. The water fell into a shallow depression in the concrete, darkening it to a near black, then overflowing in a thin rivulet that wandered off toward the street. Drip, drip, drip. The sound was oddly distinct, louder than it should have been, against the background of engines and voices and distant music. Lena found herself counting the drops without meaning to. 1, 2, 3. Pause. 1, 2, 3. Somewhere inside the hotel, through the closed doors, she could hear the whine of an elevator cable, faint but constant. It rose and fell, a drawn-out metallic sigh, as if something heavy was being dragged up and down a throat made of steel. She adjusted her backpack and pushed the door open. The lobby was smaller than she had expected. A worn carpet with a pattern of faded swirls ran from the entrance to a scuffed front desk. A dusty artificial plant drooped in one corner, its plastic leaves permanently frozen in an imitation of life. The air smelled faintly of cleaning chemicals, attempting to mask something older and more stubborn. Old smoke, spilled drinks, and the kind of tiredness that comes from too many nights without real rest. Behind the desk sat a man in his 30s, with dark circles under his eyes, tapping at a computer keyboard with 2 fingers. A small television mounted high on the wall played a muted news channel, tiny figures gesturing silently in front of a city map, glowing in blues and reds. Somewhere out of sight, perhaps down a hallway, a vacuum cleaner hummed briefly, then shut off. A radio in a back office played a song from another decade, muffled and warped by distance and walls. Lena paused just inside the door, letting her eyes adjust, letting the noise of the city fade behind her. The lobby wasn't quiet exactly, but its sounds were contained. The low whir of the front desk fan, the periodic ding of an elevator arriving on some unseen floor, the faint scrape of a chair leg from a room she could not see. It felt like stepping into the inside of a shell, where the world outside kept going, but its roar had been reduced to a soft, ceaseless murmur. She exhaled slowly, then lifted her phone and flipped the camera toward herself. The move was half habit, half ritual. "Okay," she whispered, forcing a small smile as the front-facing camera framed her face, the lobby behind her. "So, first night downtown. I made it. Did not get lost. Yet." Her voice sounded thinner than usual in her own ears, but she kept going. "Room is supposed to be cheap. hopefully not full of cockroaches. We will see. Future me, if you are watching this and everything went fine, please remember you were brave tonight. She stopped recording and watched the short clip once before saving it. Seeing herself framed by the lobby's dim yellow lights, the sign-in bell on the counter, the shadowed hall behind her, it made her feel slightly more real, as if she had left a copy of herself here that she could come back to later if the night turned out badly. She walked up to the desk. The clerk glanced up, offered a tired but not unfriendly smile, and began the usual questions: name, dates, card. His voice floated through the air and seemed to stretch, each syllable taking a fraction of a second longer than it should to dissolve. As she signed the registration form, Lena realized something that made her hand pause for just a heartbeat. Every sound in the lobby, the pen scratching on paper, the soft chime of the hotel phone, the buzz of the vacancy sign outside leaking through the glass, even the low creak of the building settling, seemed to echo almost imperceptibly. Not enough for anyone else to notice, maybe, but enough that, to her, it felt like the room was catching each sound, holding it a moment, considering it before letting it go. As if the hotel was thinking about every word that passed through it, as if it was listening closely to the way her name sounded when she said it out loud. The clerk slid a key card across the counter and tapped the laminate map beside it with a short, flat fingernail. "Second floor," he said. "Room 207. Shared dorm. Bathrooms down the hall. Wi-Fi password is on the back." His voice had the polished monotony of someone who could say all of this in his sleep. The words came out in the same order, with the same careful pauses, like a script worn smooth from too much use. He glanced at the computer screen, at Lena, at the clock on the wall, all with the same mild, distant focus. "First time in Los Angeles?" he added, as if his mouth had a list of questions it rotated through whenever the conversation threatened to die. "Yeah," Lena said. "First time this far from home without a parental chaperone. So if I accidentally join a cult, you were the last responsible adult to see me." One corner of his mouth twitched, almost a smile, then relaxed again. "Traveling alone?" he asked. She hesitated just a fraction of a second too long. "For now," she said lightly. "I am meeting up with some people later." It was the sort of lie that was less about fooling him and more about throwing something reassuring back toward herself. He nodded, unbothered, as if she had just told him the weather. "Kitchen is on the first floor if you need it. Quiet hours start at 11. If anybody gives you trouble, dial 0 from the room phone." There was no inflection on anybody, no flicker of concern, but the line hung in the air a heartbeat longer than the others. Then he gestured vaguely over his shoulder toward the elevators. "Left, then straight," he said. "Elevator or stairs. Welcome to Harbor Crest." Lena picked up the key card. It was smooth and warm from his fingertips, the strip on the back just beginning to peel at one corner. As she turned away, she felt again that strange sense that the lobby was listening to the conversation even after it ended. The ding of the elevator arriving somewhere above them rang out, bright and sharp, then faded into a whisper of cables. The elevator doors opened with a sluggish slide when she pressed the call button. Inside, the light was harsh and slightly too white, flattening everything into pale shades. Someone had scratched initials into the metal panel below the buttons. The air smelled faintly of cleaning spray and something metallic under it. She rode up alone, watching the numbers blink by. 1, 2, The momentary, weightless feeling of ascent made her stomach swoop in a small, unnecessary panic. When the doors opened on the second floor, the corridor stretched out in both directions, lined with closed doors and dim wall sconces casting oval puddles of light on the carpet. The carpet here was patterned differently than the lobby. Vague geometric shapes in muted reds and browns, worn down in the center where countless feet had passed. The air was warmer, thicker. A television murmured from behind one door, its volume turned low, voices rising and falling without meaning. Somewhere farther away, a toilet flushed, followed by a rush of water that sounded momentarily too loud, then settled back into a background hiss. Room 207 was halfway down on the left. Lena slid the card, saw the small green light flash, and pushed the door open with her shoulder. The dorm room was narrow and rectangular, like a slice taken out of the building and furnished with the minimum necessary to justify the word accommodation. 2 metal bunk beds hugged opposite walls, their frames painted beige once upon a time, and now chipped down to the gray steel in places. The mattresses were thin, slightly bowed in the middle. Mismatched sheets and blankets had been thrown over them, one floral, one navy blue, one a faded cartoon pattern that had lost all context. A single overhead bulb cast a hard central glare that left the corners shadowed. It hummed faintly, an insect trapped in glass. A ceiling fan spun above it, wobbling just enough that Lena instinctively pictured it unhooking and dropping one day onto the bed beneath in some future accident report. The fan's blades pushed the warm air around in slow, uneven waves, whispering a dry rattle every time one slightly warped edge cut the light. 2 of the beds were already claimed. On the lower bunk nearest the door, a girl about Lena's age lay on her stomach, propped on her elbows, scrolling through her phone. White earbuds disappeared into her hair, which was pulled into a messy braid trailing over one shoulder. A backpack lay open on the floor, half unpacked, a bright Texas keychain dangling from one zipper pull. She glanced up, sized Lena up with a quick, friendly sweep of her eyes, and pulled out one earbud. "Hey," she said, voice soft, a little sleepy. "You in this circus too?" "Looks like it," Lena replied. "I am Lena. Courtney, from Houston. Well, technically from a town near Houston nobody has heard of, so I just say Houston." She gestured at the upper bunk above her. "You can take that if you want. I am not exactly a climbing kind of person." "Thanks," Lena said, slightly relieved. She preferred being higher up. It felt less vulnerable somehow, like sleeping on a small ledge above the ground where fewer things could reach easily. On the other side of the room, at the far bunk, a woman in her late 20s sat cross-legged with a guidebook open on her knees. She had short, dark hair tucked behind her ears and glasses smudged at the edges. She was mouthing words silently as she read, brow creased. When Lena walked in, she looked up and smiled politely. "I am Anya," she said, accent placing her somewhere in Northern Europe. "You are just arriving?" "Yeah," Lena said. "Just got in. Sorry if I am disrupting bedtime." Anya laughed lightly. In this city, bedtime is a flexible concept. The muffled sound of a television drifted through the wall behind her, followed by a nearby door slamming somewhere in the hallway. From farther away came the thin, long cry of a police siren, rising and slicing through the night before fading again, an audio reminder that the rest of the city was very much awake. Courtney tugged her earbud back in with one hand and pointed at the ceiling with the other. "If you hear like weird stuff, do not freak out," she said. "The pipes are super loud. They bang and tick all night, like the building is, I do not know, having a stroke." "That is comforting," Lena said. "It is cheap," Courtney replied. "Cheap hotels have ghosts or bed bugs." I checked the mattress. "Ghosts are the better deal?" Anja shook her head, flipping a page in her book. "I read about this place," she said, sounding as if she were only half sure she wanted to share. "Apparently it used to have another name. Long ago. Different owner. Bad reputation. People fell from the windows. Overdoses. Police coming all the time." "Fell," Courtney repeated, pulling out the earbud again. "Such a nice neutral word." "That is just the internet," Anja added quickly, as if correcting herself. "The internet likes scary stories." Lena sat on the edge of the bare upper mattress, feeling the frame shift under her weight, the springs squeaking softly. Her eyes went to the small, high window opposite the door. It offered a sliver of view. A brick wall too close, a darker slice of sky above, nothing else. No city lights, no horizon, just the sense of being slotted into a narrow gap between structures. "What was it called before?" Lena asked, more curious than afraid. Anja hesitated, brow furrowing as if she were trying to pull the name out of the air. "Something with crest, I think. Or grand. They always sound more luxurious than they are. My guidebook says not to stay downtown if you are traveling alone." Courtney snorted. "We love reading the safety warnings and then ignoring them. That is why we are all here. Bad decisions and good stories." They all laughed, the sound bouncing off the walls, thinning a little as it floated up toward the humming bulb. No one filled in any more details about the hotel's past. The conversation drifted away to other travel stories, other cities, cheap hostels with faulty locks and strange roommates, mishaps that were funny only in retrospect. Later, when the lights were switched off and each woman retreated into her own thin rectangle of mattress and blanket, the room settled into a patchwork of small sounds. Courtney's phone ticking as she set an alarm. Anya's soft cough. The rustle of fabric. The sigh of someone turning over and trying to find a cooler side of the pillow. Beyond those, the other sounds grew clearer. Through the wall behind her pillow, Lena could hear a television in the next room. Dialogue blurred into a continuous drone punctuated now and then by canned laughter. From far beyond that, another siren, more distant this time, the low roar of traffic on a bigger street. And under it all, beneath everything, there was the water. It ran through the pipes like it had somewhere to be, surging and slowing in restless pulses. It was not the faint, hidden whisper she was used to at home, the kind you only noticed when everything else went silent. Here, it was almost conversational. She could pick out the specific rush of a shower turning on above them, the thick gurgle of a toilet flushing somewhere down the line. Between those more obvious bursts, there was a constant, thinner sound, like a slow stream forced through narrow channels. She rolled onto her side and pressed her palm flat against the wall beside her bed. The plaster was cool and faintly damp, as if someone had been leaning their own hand there just moments before. Her fingertips tingled. It felt, absurdly, like the hotel was sweating through its skin, exhaling moisture where no one could see. She kept her hand there, eyes open in the darkness, listening. Her breathing fell into a rhythm with the distant drip-drip from somewhere above, the occasional creak as the building shifted its weight on its foundations. For a few seconds, the water sound strengthened, a rush, then quieted again. Then, From just behind her hand, buried inside the wall's thickness, she thought she heard it. 3 soft taps. Slow, deliberate, each separated by a small pause, like someone considering whether to continue. Tap, tap, tap. Her breath caught halfway in her chest. She held it, suddenly afraid that even the sound of her lungs working would drown whatever that had been. The room seemed to narrow around her in the dark, her awareness pulling tight, focusing on the cool patch of wall under her palm. The television next door cut to silence. Somewhere in the building, a door closed. The pipes resumed their usual, uneven hiss and murmur. No more taps came. Lena lay very still, counting out 10 long seconds in her head, then 20, waiting for the sound to repeat. It did not. Eventually, her hand grew numb against the wall. She pulled it back under the thin blanket, telling herself it had just been expanding metal, or someone dropping something heavy in another room, a trick of echo and nerves, the kind of thing that happened in old buildings at night. But as her eyes finally slipped closed and sleep thickened around her, the memory of those 3 measured knocks stayed bright and sharp, like they had been made not by the building shifting, but by knuckles, as if something on the other side had wanted, just once, to see if anyone would answer. Morning came in shades of gray that did not quite deserve to be called daylight. Lena woke to the sound of one of her roommates' alarms chiming thinly from across the room, a bright digital melody that felt wrong in the dim, worn space. Courtney groaned, slapped at her phone until it went quiet, then muttered something about jet lag and Texas time. Anya was already sitting up, hair rumpled, glasses on, riffling through her guidebook with the air of someone who had been awake long enough to find their place again in the world. The hallway outside smelled faintly of fried something and industrial-strength cleaner. Lena followed the thin line of tired travelers down to the lobby, her feet sticky against the old carpet in the humid air. Breakfast was laid out on a long table near the front window. A row of muffins lined up, like they had been through more than one morning. A plastic tub of cereal, a toaster stacked with white bread, and a commercial coffee urn that looked older than she was. She picked up a muffin. It yielded reluctantly under her fingers, dense and slightly oily. The coffee she poured into a paper cup was the color of rusted metal. When she lifted it to her face, the steam carried a smell that was almost right, bitter, familiar, but edged with something else. The first sip confirmed it. The taste was sharp and flat at the same time, like someone had brewed it not with fresh water, but with whatever was left sitting in the machine overnight. Metallic, she thought, swallowing, like drinking pennies melted into tap water. She found a chair near the corner, where she could see both the entrance and the buffet table. A television in the other corner played a morning news show with smiling anchors recounting crime statistics that did not match their expressions. The volume was low. Most of the sound in the room came from the clink of cutlery and the murmur of tired voices discussing plans, flights, and directions. Behind the front desk, an older woman in a faded uniform rolled a cart laden with fresh towels toward a side door. Her hair was pulled back in a tight bun, silver threaded through black. A man in a delivery company polo shirt held the door open for her, balancing a stack of boxes against one hip. "You hear about the one last week?" the delivery man asked, voice casual but a little too bright, like someone poking at a sore tooth just to see if it still hurt. The woman made a small sound in her throat that could have been agreement or irritation. "Another one left in a hurry," she said. "Did not even check out, just gone." left half their things. Could not blame them, he replied. Place like this at night. You do not say that when the manager is around, she cut in, though there was no real heat in it. Some people can sleep anywhere. Some people. This building is not good for their nerves. She lifted the towel stack to steady it. Anyway, they were trouble before they came. You could see it in the eyes. They disappeared through the door to the service corridor. It swung shut on its hydraulic hinge with a soft hiss, leaving Lena with the echo of the phrase in the air. Another guest who left in a hurry. She looked down at her coffee, at the way the surface trembled almost imperceptibly in her hand from the small vibrations of the room. Footsteps, doors closing, the elevator motor starting and stopping somewhere above. For a second, she imagined dropping the cup, walking out past the flickering vacancy sign, getting back on a bus heading anywhere else. She could leave in a hurry too. She had done it before, in different ways. Instead, she finished the muffin, chased its stale sweetness with more bitter metallic coffee, and decided to go see where she had actually landed. Outside, the day had brightened just enough to bring out the stains on the buildings. The sky was a bleached, cloudless white that made everything beneath it look smaller and dirtier. Lena walked with her backpack slung loosely over one shoulder, phone in hand. According to the map, she was only a few blocks from the edge of an area the internet had given a dozen names, most of them whispered or typed with a kind of guilty fascination. Skid Row, Tent City, encampments. She did not have to go far to see it. 2 blocks down, sidewalks began to clump with belongings. Rolled sleeping bags, plastic bins, shopping carts. Tents bloomed from the concrete in mismatched colors. Blue tarps and gray nylon and faded green domes patched with tape. People sat in folding chairs or on milk crates, talking to themselves or to each other or to no one she could see. A man with a weather-creased face and a beard like dirty snow shouted at an invisible enemy in the sky. A woman in a pink hoodie rocked back and forth, humming a tune so softly Lena only caught the shape of it. Helicopter blades thudded overhead, heavy and regular. The sound bounced between the buildings, making it difficult to tell where exactly it was coming from. Police cars cruised slowly, their presence as much part of the landscape as the streetlights. The smell here was thicker, a mix of sweat, exhaust, stale food, and the sweet rot of things left too long in the sun. Lena filmed in short, cautious bursts. 30 seconds of a side street lined with tarps. 15 seconds of the helicopter passing over. 10 seconds of her own shoes walking past a cracked piece of pavement chalked with some child's forgotten hopscotch grid. She did not speak much in the clips. Just a few murmured observations meant more for herself than any hypothetical audience. Back in a slightly busier stretch, where storefronts held on against the slow creep of decay, she ducked into a coffee shop chain that smelled reassuringly like every other branch she had ever been in. She sat by the window, connected to the Wi-Fi, and replayed the videos she had just taken. The images were what she expected. Shaky, a little too fast, capturing glimpses instead of full stories. But it was the sound that made her frown. In each clip, her voice sounded thinner than she remembered, swallowed up by a constant background murmur that did not match what she remembered hearing. Not the sharp, distinct noises she had noticed on the street, the shouts, the engines, the helicopter, but a kind of low, layered whisper, like many people talking at once behind a closed door. When she turned the volume up and held the phone closer, it seemed as if that murmur rose eagerly to meet her, drowning everything else. On one clip, as she passed a row of tents, she could hear herself say softly, "I do not want to film people's faces. It feels wrong." Underneath, the whisper noise shifted, and for a fraction of a second, she could have sworn she heard something like, "Here, wrong, here." She blinked, scrubbed back, played the same few seconds again. This time, the sound was just what it should have been. Wind in the phone's microphone, distant traffic, the vague thump of her own footsteps. "Okay," she told her reflection in the darkened screen. "You are just tired." She sent one photo and a short message to her parents. "Arrived safe. Hotel is interesting. Talk later." And watched the little sent icon appear like a tiny proof she still existed somewhere else in someone's mind. By late afternoon, the weight of the day had settled into her shoulders. She made her way back to Harbor Crest, the building rising ahead of her like an old ship beached in concrete. The lobby was busier now. A group of young men were arguing over a map near the entrance, their voices overlapping. The clerk from the night before had been replaced by an older woman with the same uniform as the one Lena had seen with the towel cart earlier. The housekeeper stood by the front desk, flipping through a clipboard, her reading glasses perched low on her nose. Up close, Lena could see the lines etched around her mouth, the way her hands moved, quick and efficient, as if they had a route through every task they repeated daily. "Excuse me," Lena said, approaching. "Do you happen to know where the nearest grocery store or something is? I need water. The tap in the room." She trailed off, unsure how honest to be. The woman looked up at her, then at the key card in Lena's hand, taking in the room number, printed there in small black letters. "The tap is fine," she said. Her accent was hard to place, flattened by years of speaking English over another language. "It just tastes like the building." "That is kind of the problem," Lena said, trying to make it a joke. A small smile touched the housekeeper's lips, then faded. She leaned in slightly, lowering her voice. "If you do not like the taste, buy bottles," she said. "For now. They are working on the tanks." "The tanks?" Lena echoed. "On the roof." The woman's gaze flicked briefly toward the ceiling, as if she could see through the floors. "Old things. Temperamental. When they decide to be angry, everybody complains. Pressure goes bad. Water tastes like metal. It has been like that since before I came to work here." "How long is that?" Lena asked before she could stop herself. "Long enough to know when to avoid certain floors," the woman replied. It was not quite an answer. She hesitated, as if weighing something, then added softly, "You stay on second floor. That is good. You do not need to go higher than 13. "I did not think we had 13, Lena said, remembering the missing buttons in the elevator. The woman's mouth tightened. "Numbers are just paint," she said. "Higher than 13 is higher than you need, and you do not go to the roof. We do not send guests up there anymore." "Anymore?" Lena repeated. "Too many complaints." The woman straightened, lifting the clipboard again. "Too easy to get lost." She shook her head once, as if to clear it. "You need grocery. Go 2 blocks right, 1 block down. Big store with green sign. Do not stay out too late." Lena thanked her, but the woman had already turned away, pushing the cart toward the service door. The wheels squeaked rhythmically, a small, steady sound that followed her down the hall. By the time evening settled over the city, Coloring the windows in dusky blues and reflected streetlights, Lena was back in room 207. Courtney had gone out with some people she had met in the lounge. Anya was stretched out on her bunk, headphones on, eyes closed, her guidebook face down on her chest. Someone in a nearby room laughed too loudly, the sound muffled through the wall. Lena set her backpack on the chair by the door and turned on the desk lamp. Its glow was warmer than the overhead bulb, concentrating a circle of light on the scratched surface. She plugged her phone in, checked her messages, nothing new, and pulled out her journal. When she closed the bathroom door after brushing her teeth, she almost missed it. A thin, pale rectangle lay on the floor, just inside the threshold, halfway between the door and her backpack. For a second, she thought it was just a receipt she had dropped, or a torn tag from some piece of luggage. But as she bent to pick it up, she realized it was heavier than a scrap of paper, the fibers thicker under her fingers. It was a note, written on hotel stationery, the kind that sat forgotten next to the room phone. A little pad with Harbor Crest printed at the top in faded ink. The top of this sheet had been ripped, taking the crest and part of the name with it, leaving only the lined portion below. In the center of the page, in block letters pressed into the paper with enough force to almost tear it, was a single line. If the elevator skips your floor, do not call it back. Just take the stairs. There was no signature, no room number, no scribbled initial. The handwriting was anonymous in the way only very careful printing can be. Nothing decorative, nothing distinctive. Lena turned it over. The back was blank. For a moment, she stood in the middle of the room, the note between her fingers, listening. The corridor outside was quiet. No footsteps passing. No voices. The door's deadbolt and chain were still in place. The window showed only that same slice of brick and darkened sky. Anya's slow, even breathing filled the near space. The faint hiss from her headphones, a tiny ghost of music. Beneath all of that, she could hear the elevator shaft. Not the elevator itself, no neat ding, no abrupt mechanical shudder, but a low, continuous hum, like a large animal dozing just beyond the wall, occasionally shifting its weight. Somewhere above, higher than the second floor, metal cables tighten, motors engaged. She heard the faint rumble of the car moving past, up and then later, down, bypassing the level she was on with indifferent efficiency. She imagined the car gliding past her floor, doors closed, lights glowing, carrying strangers with luggage and stories she would never hear. She imagined it failing to stop when someone inside pressed the button for 2, sliding past the request, climbing or sinking to some other level that had not been chosen. If the elevator skips your floor, she read the line again, feeling each word lodge in place inside her like a small, cold stone. The humming in the shaft seemed to grow louder for a moment, then faded back to its usual background presence. The building exhaled a creak. A pipe somewhere ticked. Lena folded the note along the creases that had already begun to form from her handling, then unfolded it again. The paper had a slight smell of dust and, faintly, the same metallic tang that clung to the hotel's water. She slipped it into her journal, between the page where she had written about noise feeling like water, and a blank page waiting for whatever came next. As she switched off the lamp and lay back on the mattress, eyes open in the dimness, the hallway remained silent. Only the elevator moved, somewhere unseen, tracing its constant path up and down through the bones of the building. She listened to it for a long time. That steady mechanical breathing, and tried not to imagine it making up its own mind about which floors deserved to be visited and which should be passed in the dark. By the time the sky outside had turned from white to a flat, exhausted blue, the dorm room felt too small for Lena's thoughts. Courtney was getting ready to go out with people she had collected from the communal kitchen downstairs, laughing as she changed tops twice, then 3 times, debating nightlife in a city she did not know. Anya had her headphones back on, already half disappeared into her own world of maps and muted music. The walls seemed closer than they had that morning, the faint dampness behind the plaster clinging to the air. Lena grabbed her backpack and her phone. "I am going to steal some Wi-Fi before it decides to stop working," she said. Courtney gave her a thumbs up. "Bring me back a story." The lobby in the evening had a different texture than it did at check-in. The light from outside had dimmed to a scatter of headlights slipping past the windows, and the neon sign over the entrance strobed its tired vacancy message into the room with more insistence. The front desk lamp cast a yellow cone over stacks of paper and a keyboard. A few guests slumped in armchairs that had lost their original shape, staring at their phones or the television without much conviction. Lena chose a small table pushed up against one wall, near an outlet that looked like it had seen too many chargers. She plugged in, waited for her phone to decide whether the hotel's Wi-Fi was a friend or an enemy, then finally got the login page to surrender. The signal bar hovered between 1 and 2 lines. The connection sputtered, loaded, paused, then lurched forward again. It felt like trying to hold a conversation with someone on the verge of falling asleep. She opened her blog. The last post was from before she left home, a nervous manifesto about doing something different this year and not letting fear be the only voice in my head. It read now like something written by a stranger who still had a fixed point to stand on. She tapped the new post button and watched the blank editor box appear, waiting for her words. Outside the text box, the lobby went on with its small nocturnal rhythms. The old television near the corner couch switched channels on its own, the screen distorting into a burst of static for a second, before settling back on a different newsreader with the same practiced smile. The elevator doors at the far end of the hall slid open to reveal no one, then closed again, with a shudder as if changing its mind. A slow, steady drip in the far corner fell into a plastic bucket someone had shoved there earlier in the day, each drop loud enough to be counted if you were the counting type. Under all of that, Lena could hear the plumbing. Now that she was listening for it, she realized it never truly disappeared. It was a low, continuous presence, a hum that ran through the bones of the building and out the ends of its extremities. Pipes ticked occasionally, like joints being rolled. Somewhere beyond the lobby ceiling, water traveled in unknown directions, rushing and slowing, adjusting to unseen hands, turning unseen taps. She set her fingers on the virtual keyboard and began to type. "First night downtown," she wrote. "It has been a while since I have been somewhere new without a plan." She paused, watching the letters appear. The Wi-Fi hesitated, then caught up. She continued, "I came here because I wanted a reset. I know that sounds dramatic, but some years erase you slowly. This last one did. I have been trying to feel like I am still here ever since." She hesitated at the next sentence. Her thumb hovered over the screen, then moved anyway. "I am supposed to be on medication." "Supposed to" is doing a lot of work there. I take it when I remember. I stop when it makes me feel too blunt, like someone sanded all the edges off my thoughts. I am trying to find the line between brave and reckless, and not doing a very good job." As she typed that, the drip in the corner seemed to pick up speed, drops hitting the bottom of the bucket closer together. The bucket gave a soft plastic creak, as if shifting under the growing weight. The background hum of the pipes rose half a note, as if adjusting to a new demand. She lifted her head and looked over. A brownish stain had formed around the leak in the ceiling, expanding in irregular petals. Each drop fell from the lowest point, trembling for a fraction of a second before letting go. The sound was hypnotic. Each impact a tiny, precise punctuation mark in the sentence of the room. She looked back at her phone. "Today I walked through a part of the city people warn you about online," she wrote. "I saw tents and people who looked like they had been left in a place the world tried to forget. I thought about how thin the walls are between okay and not okay, between guest and problem." She found herself describing the helicopter overhead, the chalk hopscotch grid, the woman humming to herself in the pink hoodie. The words came more easily when she talked about other people. When she circled back to herself, they thickened again. "There is a note in my room now. I do not know who left it. If the elevator skips your floor, do not call it back. Just take the stairs." I keep reading it like there is a secret message hidden between the lines I am too tired to see. As she hit the period, the elevator at the end of the hall dinged. The doors slid open with their usual reluctant sigh. Nobody got off. Nobody got in. The doors stood open longer than seemed polite, staring into the empty corridor, then slowly closed again. She watched the numbers above the door as the car moved. 1, 2, 3, her floor, then higher. The hum in the shaft pulsed faintly under the lobby's softer noises. She leaned back in her chair, rolling out the tension in her shoulders. The clerk on duty tonight was a different one. Young, hair pulled into a bun, eyes glued to a tablet. A family with 2 small children trailed in through the automatic doors, dragging luggage and arguments. Somewhere deeper in the hotel, a door slammed with the force of someone who had not learned to close anything gently. The TV flickered again. For a heartbeat, the picture dissolved into writhing black and white dots, the sound compressing into a thin, insectile buzz. Then the channel snapped back into shape, the anchors unfazed. Lena's fingers hovered over the keys. She wrote, "There is a sound here that never stops. Not the obvious ones. Not the sirens or the traffic. Something underneath, like water running through veins. I keep thinking of it as the hotel breathing. I know that is ridiculous. Probably. As if on cue, a toilet flushed somewhere above. The rush of water cascaded through the ceiling, down through the walls, responding to her description with its own tangible, indifferent demonstration. She felt the chair vibrate almost imperceptibly. The Wi-Fi hiccuped. Her words froze mid-sentence. The saving circle spun. She held her breath without meaning to, watching it rotate. After 3 full loops, it vanished. Draft saved. "Thank you," she whispered to no one. She added, smaller, at the end of the paragraph, "Old buildings have moods. I am trying not to take it personally." The cursor blinked in patient expectation. She scrolled up, reread what she had written. In the somewhat harsh light of the lobby, it all sounded more dramatic than she had intended, like a confession addressed to an empty theater. She wondered, not for the first time, who she was writing for. Family? Strangers? A future version of herself who might need proof that she had walked through this night and come out the other side? Her blog platform showed her the number of followers in the corner. Not many, but not zero. Faces and usernames. Some she recognized from previous posts. Some she did not. A tiny audience scattered across time zones and screens, glimpsing pieces of her life. She hit publish before she could talk herself out of it. The screen churned, then reset. Post live. She refreshed the page more out of habit than hope. The thumbnail of her new entry appeared at the top of the list, date stamped, title blinking back at her. First night, Loudwater. She watched the view count sit at 0, as it always did for a while. Behind her, one of the armchairs groaned as a guest shifted in their sleep. A car honked twice outside, sharp and impatient. The bucket in the corner accepted another drop with a small, resigned plink. Then her notification icon lit up. A new comment. Already. Her first thought was that it had to be spam. One of those generic "great post, check out my page" messages that scraped blogs like barnacles on a ship. But her thumb moved anyway, tapping the icon, curiosity tugging the motion along. The username was unfamiliar. A string of letters that could have been a word in another language, or just keys hit at random. No profile picture, just the default gray silhouette. The comment was short. Old hotels listen. Be kind to them. That was all. She stared at it longer than the length of the sentence warranted. There was no link attached, no promotion, no emoji. The words sat on the screen like they had been placed carefully and then left alone. Her first impulse was to laugh, quietly, at how perfectly the universe liked to lean into her metaphors. "Of course," she muttered. "Of course you say that right now." She glanced toward the front desk, half expecting to catch the clerk's eye, to see them watching her, waiting for her reaction. But the young woman with the bun was still hunched over her tablet, chewing absent-mindedly on a pen cap, clearly absorbed in some other window, some other world. Lena looked around the lobby as if the commenter might be sitting in one of the sagging chairs, phone in hand, smirking. No one met her gaze. A man with a suitcase scrolled through his messages with the slack expression of someone lost in jet lag. A teenage boy in a hoodie poked at a vending machine that refused to drop his snack. "Probably just a poetic stranger," she whispered to herself. Internet weirdos love haunted building vibes. She typed a quick, non-committal reply. Something like, "I will try. Thank you for reading," then locked her phone screen and sat back, letting her head tip against the wall behind her. The paint was cool against her skull. The hum of the plumbing rose and fell, a sound with no clear beginning or end. As she listened, she realized it had a pattern after all, not quite random. It swelled a little when someone somewhere turned on a tap, dropped when a toilet stopped refilling, pulsed in time with the building's private routines. For a brief, irrational second, she had the distinct sensation that all of it, the leaks, the groans, the trickles in the walls, had leaned in closer when she posted, like an audience shifting in its seats when the lights go down. Then a door opened somewhere down the hall, letting in a burst of laughter and the smell of cold air and cigarette smoke, and the moment slipped away. The hum folded back into the background. Lena opened her eyes, pushed her chair back, and told herself that the only thing listening to her tonight was a glitchy server farm somewhere far from this city. Still, as she headed for the stairs instead of the elevator, the words from the comment and the note in her journal braided together in her mind. Old hotels listen. If the elevator skips your floor. The plumbing murmured behind the walls as she climbed, sounding, for just a moment, like it agreed. Rain started the way most bad nights did in this city, quietly, without anyone asking for it. Hours had passed since Lena left the lobby and climbed the stairs back to the second floor. The lights in the corridor had seemed dimmer then, the bulbs wrapped in a film of fatigue. She had slipped into room 207 as quietly as she could, keycard blinking green like an artificial wink, and found the space reduced to slow breathing and shadow. Courtney was already out cold, sprawled on her back with one arm thrown over her face, her phone face down next to her hand. The screen still glowed faintly, lighting the edge of the mattress in pale blue. Anya lay curled on her side on the far bunk, headphones still on, a soft, steady line of light from the corridor slicing across the floor under the door. Lena changed into a t-shirt and shorts, climbed up to her bunk, and lay there for a while staring at the ceiling fan. It rotated with the same uneven wobble, slicing the air into lazy segments. Every revolution made a faint tick, where one crooked blade passed too close to the housing. Tick, tick, tick. A metronome set for someone else's heartbeat. At some point, her thoughts blurred enough that she did not notice the moment they became dreams. It was the rain that pulled her up again. At first, she thought it was just one more texture in the endless soundscape of the night. The usual distant sirens, engines, the elevator groaning itself up and down. But this had a different timbre, a softer, more complicated pattern, like fingers drumming irregularly on 1,000 thin surfaces at once. She opened her eyes to darkness. The phone next to Courtney's limp hand now glowed brighter, the lock screen shifting with slow notifications. Anya had changed positions. Her headphones were askew around her neck, a faint whisper of music leaking out, too quiet to identify. The light under the door still painted its thin line on the carpet, but it was blurred now, as if something on the other side were moving past in slow intervals. Lena rolled onto her back and listened. The rain tapped on something beyond the walls. Maybe a window down the hall. Maybe the unseen side of the building facing some narrow alley. It made the city sound farther away, wrapped in wet cotton. As it intensified, another sound grew with it. The water in the pipes. It was louder now, pushed to the surface of her awareness. What had been a low, constant hum earlier had swollen into something closer to speech. It rushed and gurgled and hissed, changing speed and thickness from moment to moment. It reminded her, unpleasantly, of the noise at a busy train station just before rush hour, when everyone is still talking to their own companions and the separate voices melt into one amorphous mass. A crowd murmuring. Behind the drywall, above her head, under the floor. She checked her phone on the mattress beside her. 3:07 a.m. The numbers looked too sharp in the dark, like they had been cut out of metal and pressed onto the screen. From the hallway came the sound of a door opening, then half closing. Voices followed, two people arguing in low tones, their words smeared by distance and the barrier of wood. She recognized the cadence of frustration, the little sharp edges and consonants when someone is trying not to fully lose their temper. A man's voice, a woman's voice, something about, "I told you already," and "This is not my fault." The pipes answered them. A toilet flushed somewhere above or below, impossible to locate exactly. The water rushed through the building's veins with sudden force, and then the shriek. It ripped through the wall above the head of her bed, sharp enough that she flinched, her whole body jerking. It was the sound of metal changing its mind too quickly, of something contracting or expanding under stress. A long, high squeal, knifing downward into a stuttering stop. Air followed it, erupting through a valve or a joint, a short, choked whoosh that might have been a breath if it had come from a throat instead of a pipe. Courtney mumbled something incoherent, rolled over, and did not awaken. Anya's music stuttered briefly, and then continued its soft, looping melody. The argument in the hallway dropped to whispers, then to the thud of a door shutting more firmly this time. Lena lay there, heart hammering, her hands clutching the edge of the thin blanket. Old building, she told herself silently. Old pipes, that is all. The shriek hung in her memory, longer than it had in the air. There was something too close to a human edge in it, too much like someone trying and failing to get a word out. Her bladder made itself known, petty and insistent in the wake of fear. She ignored it for as long as she could, bargaining with herself. 5 minutes, then 10. But the pressure grew into a different kind of discomfort. Waiting until dawn would not be an option. Eventually, with a sigh that barely stirred the air, she swung her legs over the side of the bunk and climbed down, careful to avoid the creak she had already mapped in the ladder. The floor was colder than she remembered. The carpet holding on to some draft the rest of the room had missed. She slipped on her shoes, grabbed the key card from the small table by the door, and eased the door open. The corridor was a tunnel of dim amber light and shadow. One of the sconces flickered occasionally, making its patch of wall pulse. The air smelled faintly of cleaner, old socks, and the damp chill that came with rain seeping into the building's unsealed edges. The argument she had heard earlier had ended. The hallway held only the soft white noise of sleeping strangers. Somewhere farther down, an elevator dinged. The doors opened and closed without footsteps, like a yawn that had forgotten to breathe in first. The shared bathroom sat at the far end of the hall, opposite the stairwell. Its door was painted an institutional beige that had yellowed with age. She pushed it open with her shoulder. The fluorescent light overhead flickered twice before committing. For a moment, the room strobed in harsh black and white frames. Then it steadied into a humming, sterile brightness that made every tile seam and speck of water on the floor look more deliberate than it probably was. White sinks lined one wall, their metal fixtures dull with hard water. Stalls with mismatched doors stood on the other side, some slightly ajar, some tightly shut. A lone plastic trash bin overflowed with paper towels near the hand dryers. She checked the stalls out of habit, empty, and chose a sink near the far end. The mirror above it ran the length of the wall, its silvering beginning to fail at the edges. Her own reflection looked pale, eyes slightly too wide, hair flattened on one side from the pillow. When she turned the faucet, it sputtered as if waking up surprised. For a few seconds, only air came, puffing out with wet coughs. Then the water arrived in lurches, first in thick, uneven bursts, spitting brown-tinged liquid that clung to the porcelain before swirling away. The discoloration lasted just long enough for her to picture rust, old sediment, things that did not belong in what you put in your mouth. She waited, jaw clenched, until the stream ran clear. The sound of it hitting the basin filled the small room, echoing against tile and metal. It made the silence in the rest of the hotel feel farther away, like a dream she had woken from. She cupped her hands under the flow, watching the water bead and gather on her skin, transparent and innocent. She splashed it on her face instead of drinking, letting the cold shock reset something in her nerves. When she looked up again, breathing deeper, her gaze met her own in the mirror. For a heartbeat, she thought the bathroom door behind her was closer. It was subtle, just a sensation of the room having been slightly compressed. The distance between her back and the door in the reflection seemed shorter, the frame a little wider in her peripheral vision. The entire space looked narrowed, the world behind her nudged in by a few invisible inches. She did not turn around immediately. Instead, she stared at the reflection, at the door handle's position in relation to the tiles, at the seam where wall met ceiling. The fluorescent light hummed overhead, a thin electric whine burrowing into the bones of her skull. She blinked. The room snapped back to normal proportions. The door was where it should be. The space behind her spine felt as vast and empty as any public bathroom at 3 a.m. Nothing had moved. Nothing had changed. "Stop it," she whispered to her own face. Her voice sounded too loud. She shut off the faucet. The sudden absence of running water made the other sounds rush back in to fill the vacancy. The muffled rain outside, the distant elevator motor, a faint snore from somewhere on the floor below. The corridor felt longer on the way back. Her shadow slipped along the carpet, stretching and shrinking as she passed each sconce. She half expected a door to open suddenly, for someone else to step out and share the hallway's late-night fragility. No one did. Back in the room, the air was warm with the accumulation of 3 bodies and no open windows. Courtney's phone had dimmed again. Screen, an almost dead rectangle. Anya now lay on her back, headphones around her neck, mouth slightly open, breath small and even. The ceiling fan continued its uneven rotation above them all, loyal and imperfect. Lena climbed the ladder, slid under her thin blanket, and closed her eyes. Her body ached pleasantly from walking all day. Her mind, however, refused to power down completely. Thoughts drifted across her awareness in slow, disjointed patterns, like debris floating down a river she could not see the banks of. Somewhere in the building, a toilet flushed again. Water roared through the pipes, even louder now that she was listening for it. It surged, then thinned, like someone dragging a hand along the strings of an unseen instrument. She tried to count her breaths. In, out, in, out. The rain softened, then strengthened, then softened again. The elevator dinged twice in the distance, each chime muffled by layers of flooring and sleep. Just as she felt herself slip toward the loose, dark edge of unconsciousness, the plumbing behind the wall made a sound that cut cleanly through everything else. 3 knocks. They were soft, but precise. Not the random shifting of pipes cooling down, not the sharp bang of a valve slamming shut. Each tap was distinct, followed by a pause that felt thoughtful, as if whoever or whatever was making the sound was deciding what to say next. Knock. A breath. Her heart beating once, twice. Knock. The hairs on her arms rose under the blanket. Beside her, Courtney kept snoring, oblivious. From the other side of the room came the slight rustle of Anya turning in her sleep. The 3rd knock was the quietest. So faint that if she had not been awake and waiting for it, she might have missed it entirely. Knock. Then the water resumed its usual, unremarkable murmur. The building settled with a soft creak. The rain outside sighed against the hidden windows. Lena kept her eyes closed, nails biting lightly into her palms, where her fists had clenched under the blanket. She did not reach for the wall this time. She did not want to feel anything strike back from the other side. Eventually, her heartbeat slowed, The knocks joined the catalog of things she would tell herself, in the morning, had logical explanations. In that thin stretch of time between waking and sleep, though, it did not feel like an accident. It felt like a reply. By late morning, the rain had washed the city into a duller version of itself. The light that seeped into the lobby through the front windows was flat and colorless, carrying the reflections of passing cars and umbrellas more as vague shadows than anything distinct. The artificial plants in the corners looked more obviously fake in this kind of brightness. Everything felt a little overexposed, like a photograph left too long in the sun. Lena came down in search of coffee that did not taste like the inside of a rusted pipe. The line at the breakfast table was gone. Only crumbs and a lonely banana remained. The coffee urn sat half full, a dark, lukewarm promise she knew better than to trust now. She poured a small amount anyway, telling herself her standards could be lowered in exchange for caffeine. At the front desk, a middle-aged couple stood shoulder to shoulder, united by annoyance. The woman's hair was pulled back beneath a visor, her t-shirt emblazoned with a theme park logo 2 states away. The man wore a polo shirt tucked into cargo shorts, the uniform of a certain kind of vacation. "I am telling you," the woman said, leaning on the counter. "The shower water smells like pennies. I know what pennies smell like. That is what it smells like." The manager on duty, different again from the faces Lena had seen before, smiled in the strained way of someone whose job required him to receive the same complaints on rotation. "It is an older building," he said. "Sometimes when it rains, the pipes—" "This is not older building smell," the husband cut in. "I have stayed in older buildings. I like older buildings. This is like sticking your head in a bucket of loose change." The manager spread his hands slightly, palms up, as if offering his helplessness as a consolation prize. "We are having the tanks looked at," he said, "on the roof. It will clear up soon." "It will." Nearby, a man in a faded denim jacket and trucker cap set his paper cup down on the front desk with a soft, emphatic thump. Lena recognized him from breakfast. He had sat alone, chewing with focused disinterest. "Whatever you are doing with the water," he said, "my coffee tasted like it was brewed with rusty nails. That is not an exaggeration. I have actually tasted rusty nails." The manager blinked, then decided not to ask for details. "I am sorry you are having that experience," he said. The sentence sounded like it had been delivered in a seminar. "We will send maintenance up to check the filtration and the tanks as soon as possible. As long as it is before I take my next shower," the woman said. "I am not going to smell like a roll of quarters all day." Lena lingered a few steps away, pretending to stir sugar into her coffee while she listened. The word tanks lodged itself in her ears like something solid. "On the roof." She sipped the coffee. The bitterness hit first. Then the same flat metallic aftertaste she was trying to convince herself she had imagined the day before. Her tongue tingled at the edges. She swallowed anyway. The couple eventually retreated, muttering, to complain to each other in the lobby chairs. The trucker shook his head and wandered back toward the breakfast table, perhaps to attempt another cup in the hope that repetition would change the outcome. The manager turned to rearrange some papers on the desk, his shoulders falling the moment he thought no one was watching. Lena stepped closer. "Excuse me," she said. He straightened immediately, smile snapping back into place. "Yes?" "I heard you mention the tanks on the roof," she said. "Is that, like, a common problem?" He gave a brief, humorless laugh. "Everything is a common problem when the building is older than your parents," he said. "The tanks are old. When the weather changes, when the pressure shifts, they act up. We have someone checking them regularly." "Can guests go up there?" she asked, trying to sound casual. "To the roof, for the view or something." The question hung between them for a second, longer than necessary. His eyes flickered. Not a big, obvious movement, just a quick, involuntary shift to the side, up, then back to her face. It was the look of someone glancing toward a closed door without meaning to. "No," he said, "only staff. Insurance, liability, you know." "Oh." Lena nodded, forcing a shrug. "Makes sense." "Enjoy your stay," he added, in the tone of someone closing a tab, and turned away to pretend he had work to do. She walked back to her small table and sat, the coffee cooling in her hands. The word "no" had sounded official enough, but the flicker in his gaze had said something more complicated. As if the roof was less a perk to be denied and more a subject that made people's thoughts move in odd directions. She looked up, instinctively, though the ceiling was all she could see. Somewhere above, beyond the plaster and wiring and whatever else filled the space between floors, the tanks sat, big dark containers holding water that everyone in the building depended on without thinking. Everyone except her. She was very much thinking about it. The day passed in a series of small, forgettable moments. A walk to the store the housekeeper had mentioned, the relief of buying bottled water, the small guilt of using it instead of what came from the tap. A few more blog updates. A cheap meal eaten alone at a plastic table while traffic crawled past outside. By the time night pressed up against the windows again, the building had gone back to its nocturnal version of itself. The corridors felt narrower. The elevator seemed louder. The hum of the plumbing thickened like fog. Lena sat on her bunk with her phone pressed to her ear, knees drawn up, the thin blanket pooled around her waist. The room was dark except for the glow from her screen and the faint wash of light from the corridor under the door. Courtney was out again. Anya lay on her side, back turned, a soft blue light from her own phone painting a halo around her shoulder. "Hi, Mom," Lena said, keeping her voice low. "Can you hear me?" Her mother's voice crackled slightly on the line, the distance adding a layer of static. "We can hear you," she said. In the background, Lena could hear clinking dishes, a television set low, the familiar sounds of a kitchen she could picture, even with her eyes closed. "How is Los Angeles?" her father asked, his voice cutting in. "Have you seen any movie stars yet?" "Only the tired kind," Lena said. "Everyone here looks like they have been awake for 3 days, so I fit in." Her mother made a soft, disapproving noise that was half affection. "Are you eating? You sound thin." "I do not think sound can be thin, Mom." "Are you eating?" she repeated. "Yes," Lena lied, easily. "We get breakfast here. It is edible." Her father asked about the weather, the sights, the bus ride. She answered, trying to make her descriptions light and amusing. She did not mention the way the plumbing had screamed in the night, or the comment on her blog about old hotels listening, or the note folded between the pages of her journal. At some point, inevitably, her mother's voice shifted. There was a rustle, a pause, and then the question arrived the way it always did. "And your medication?" her mother asked. "You are taking it like the doctor said?" Lena stared at the hairline crack in the paint on the wall above Anya's bunk. "Yes," she said. The word came out smooth, practiced. regularly. There was a moment of silence that told her the lie had not flown completely unnoticed, but her mother let it pass. On the other end of the line, a clock ticked. A pot lid clinked. Life went on in a small, warm kitchen, thousands of miles away. Good, her father said, as if that settled the matter. We are proud of you, for doing this, for going somewhere, for not giving up. They said it often enough that she knew they needed to hear themselves say it as much as she needed to hear it. They talked for a few more minutes, looping around familiar reassurances. When they finally said goodnight, the goodbye stretched a little longer than usual across the static. I love you, her mother said. I love you too, Lena replied. The call ended. The screen went dark, reflecting only a faint outline of her own face for a second before it timed out completely. In the immediate quiet that followed, she became acutely aware of how loud the room really was. The pipes, which had been murmuring all evening, seemed to swell, the sound rising a notch as if someone had nudged the volume dial. Water rushed through the structure with renewed force, not in one clear burst, but in overlapping currents. It sounded, absurdly, like the moment at a family dinner when everyone started talking at once, voices tangling into a noisy comfort. Only this had no comfort in it. The noise pressed against the walls, against her chest. She swung her legs over the side of the bunk, needing to move, to do something as simple and ordinary as brushing her teeth. The bathroom, at least, was predictable in its unease. The corridor outside was half lit, the sconces throwing out weak pools of light that failed to meet in the middle. She padded to the shared bathroom at the end of the hall, shoulders hunched slightly against the cool draft that snuck through somewhere she could not see. Inside, the fluorescent light came on reluctantly. The room smelled faintly of bleach, soap, and something damp that never quite dried. The sinks were arranged as they had been before, unmoved by whatever dramas the building might be staging in its other organs. She brushed her teeth at the second sink from the left, avoiding looking too long into the mirror. Foam collected at the corners of her mouth, looked almost ghostly in the harsh light. When she was done, she spat, rinsed, and watched the water spiral away, carrying fragments of the day with it. On impulse, she turned the cold tap and let it run over her fingers for a few seconds. The water was clear now, only faintly metallic in taste when she lifted a wet knuckle to her lips. Not enough to justify everyone's complaints. Or maybe she was just getting used to the flavor of the building. Back in the room, the air felt heavier, like someone had closed a window she had not known was open. She pushed the door open with her hip, then stopped. The light from the corridor fell across the floor in a pale stripe, illuminating a trail she had not left. Wet footprints marked the space between the bathroom door and the center of the room. They were bare, human prints, the size of adult feet. The toes were clearly defined, some splayed slightly, the ball of the foot darker where more weight had been. Each print glistened faintly, as if just made. They started near the door, stepped inward, then another, heading straight toward the narrow stretch of carpet between the beds. Lena's gaze followed them, heart slowing in that painful way it did when fear pressed down on it like a hand. The last footprint stopped right at the threshold where linoleum gave way to carpet. The faint damp outline faded at the edges there, absorbed or erased by the fibers. Beyond that point, nothing. No continuing trail up the side of a bed, no drops on the blanket, no stray splash. She glanced at Courtney, still asleep, mouth open, one arm flung toward the dividing space. Anya, on her side, blanket pulled up to her chin, hair spilled over the pillow. Their breathing was unchanged. Neither pair of feet bore any obvious wetness. No towel lay discarded nearby. Lena's gaze flicked toward the small shower area in the room, half partitioned off. The tiles were dry. The drain was dry. The shower head was dry. No droplets clung to the curtain. No mist ghosted in the air. Her shoes were still where she had left them by the door. Her own feet, visible below the hem of her sleep shorts, were bone dry. She stepped around the footprints, careful not to disturb them, as if they were evidence at a crime scene she did not understand. Kneeling, she brought her eyes closer to the prints without letting herself get close enough to touch. The water had begun to evaporate already, edges softening. There was no dirt in them, no trace of dust or mud. Just clear, clean wetness, as if whoever had left them had walked directly out of a bath, or a body of water that did not belong in this room. She straightened slowly, throat tight. Outside the room, in the building's hidden spaces, the pipes kept talking. The rush of water seemed to travel from one side of the wall to the other, pacing back and forth, up and down, as if someone were walking inside the narrow channels, feeling along the insides of the hotel's skin. She stood there in the middle of the room, the blank space where the last footprint ended at her feet, and listened to it. She thought of the tanks on the roof, old and temperamental, of water that tasted like pennies and coffee that reminded people of rusty nails, of a note warning her about an elevator that might decide on its own who deserved to be picked up. Most of all, she thought of the question her mother had asked and the lie she had told in response. The way the building's pulse had grown louder as soon as the word yes left her mouth. It felt, suddenly, less like coincidence and more like a reaction. As if, somewhere inside the walls, something had turned its head toward her when she lied and had not quite turned away again. By the third day, Lena decided she was tired of being afraid of things with elevator doors and drywall. The footprints had dried into nothing within an hour of her finding them. By the time she had gathered the courage to mention them to Courtney in the morning, there was nothing left to show. No damp outline, no streaks, just her word against the empty floor. Saying it out loud made it sound thin, like a story she had dreamed and mistaken for memory. "You probably just stepped in a puddle coming back from the bathroom," Courtney had said, yawning. "Half this building leaks. I swear the ceiling sweats." Maybe she was right. Maybe the shrieking pipes, the metallic coffee, the knocks in the wall, the footprints, all of it, were just her brain stitching random noises into a pattern. Old wiring and her own unreliable chemistry teaming up against her, which was exactly why she found herself standing in front of the elevator bank late that morning, staring at the metal doors like they were a test. "If I can ride this thing like a normal person," she told herself, "then this is just a weird trip in a weird hotel, not some whatever my head is trying to make it." The elevator lobby was small. 3 doors in a row, scuffed from luggage and time. A framed evacuation map hung crookedly on the wall, the glass cracked in one corner. Someone had left a room service cart abandoned near the corner, its empty plates still holding the circular ghosts of meals already eaten. She pressed the call button. The light behind it glowed, then flicked off. Somewhere above, a mechanism engaged with a low rumble. After a moment, the middle elevator dinged, and the doors slid open with a reluctant scrape. 2 other guests stood inside. a man in a business suit, his tie slightly askew, and a woman in jeans and a hoodie, headphones around her neck. They shifted automatically to make room for her without making eye contact, the way people did in all elevators everywhere. Lena stepped in, turning to face the doors. The panel of buttons was to her right, rows of squares lit from within. The man in the suit had already pressed his 10, glowing weakly. The woman's fingertip hovered near 15, then landed. As the doors closed, Lena let her gaze travel over the panel. Ground, 2, 3, 4, and so on. Lighted numerals in ascending order. She frowned, looking closer. Between 12 and 15, there was a gap. Not an empty slot where a button had been removed, just a stretch of blank brushed metal where nothing had ever been installed. No 13, no 14. The numbering jumped like a song with a skipped verse. She had seen hotels that skipped floor 13 before. Superstition built into architecture. Fear of a number hammered into the actual bones of a place. But 14 was usually allowed to exist as a consolation prize, a rebranded stand-in. Here, the space where those 2 floors belonged was simply absent, a smooth omission. As the elevator began to move, the numbers above the door lit up in sequence. 2, 3, 4. The familiar faint, weightless feeling tugged at her stomach again. She watched the display instead of the other passengers' reflections in the dull metal. The woman in the hoodie did not get off. The man did, stepping out as soon as the doors parted, already looking down at his phone. The doors closed on his retreating back. The elevator hummed higher. Lena's eyes stayed on the gap where 13 and 14 would have been, on the empty stretch between 12 and 15. She could almost feel the non-existent numbers glowing there in some invisible ink, a phantom floor between floors. The car juddered slightly as it climbed. The woman pressed closer to the back wall, as if bracing against turbulence. Lena realized her own hand had curled into a fist around the strap of her bag. The elevator chimed. The doors opened to a hallway that looked much like her own, only with more shadows, fewer open doors, and a humming exit sign at the far end. The woman stepped out without hesitation, as if this was just where she needed to be. Lena stayed where she was. For a second, she had the impulse to press all the remaining buttons, to see if any of them led to numbers that did not exist. Instead, she let the doors close. The car sat for a moment, waiting. Then with a soft bump, it began to move down again. On the way back, she rode alone, facing the panel. The hum of the motor wrapped around her like a low, mechanical lullaby. Her reflection in the brushed metal warped and unwarped as the lighting changed between floors. Back on the ground level, she stepped out and crossed to the front desk. The same manager from earlier that day stood there, flipping through a binder. He looked up with his habitual professional smile. "Can I help you?" he asked. She leaned her elbows on the desk, trying to sound casually curious, like a tourist collecting fun facts, not like someone cataloging the building's oddities. "I noticed something in the elevator," she said. "You do not have a 13 or a 14. He blinked, then shrugged one shoulder. "Old building," he said. "Old superstitions. People did not want to stay on 13, so they renumbered everything. 14 went with it. Renovations? Ownership changes? It is all just numbers." "But the floors are still there," she said. "Physically." He gave her a look that she could not quite read. "Everything is where it is supposed to be," he said. "Guests stay where they are supposed to stay." It was the sort of answer that sounded like it had been designed to be both reassuring and uninformative. Before she could push further, someone behind her approached the desk to ask about late checkout, and the manager's attention slid away. The rest of the afternoon unfolded in a softer key. The sky cleared enough to let in some thin sunlight. Lena walked a few blocks over to a cafe she had noticed earlier, the kind with chalkboard menus and hanging plants in mismatched pots. Inside, it smelled like roasted coffee beans and sugar and something cinnamon sweet. It was a relief to drink water that tasted like nothing but water, to sip coffee that did not leave a metallic thrum on her tongue. She took a seat by the window, where she could watch people drift past on the sidewalk, each carrying their own small weather systems of expression. Her journal lay open in front of her, the pen in her hand hovering above the page. She wrote in fits and starts, a list of things she had seen: tents, helicopters, footprints that might have been dreams, a line about the elevator panel, the missing 13 and 14, a sketch of the button grid, the gap between 12 and 15 shaded in darker. She filmed a small video in the cafe, mostly for herself. The background noise was gentle here. Soft music, low conversation, the clatter of cups and saucers. When she played it back, it sounded like exactly that. No extra layer of whispering, no strange auditory illusions. The normalcy made her shoulders drop a fraction of an inch. "See?" she murmured, half to the phone, half to herself. "Not everything is haunted. You are just wound up." On the way back to the hotel, she decided, impulsively, to film the elevator too. It seemed harmless enough. A short clip, maybe for a future blog post about quirky buildings and superstition. She wanted proof that the missing numbers were real, not the invention of a brain that had been known to paint shadows over empty spaces. She stepped into the car alone this time, held her phone up, and hit record. "Documenting the weird elevator," she said softly, pointing the camera at the panel. Her own voice sounded light, a little amused. Notice the missing floors. Her reflection hovered in the corner of the shot, distorted. The buttons gleamed dully. She pressed 7, just to have somewhere to go. The doors closed cleanly, obediently. The car moved. The numbers above the door lit up in sequence. 2, 3, 4. Her voice added a running commentary in a half-hearted attempt at humor. When the elevator settled on 7 and the doors opened to reveal an empty hallway, she stopped the recording and stuffed the phone back into her pocket. The hallway smelled like detergent and dust. She stepped out just long enough to prove to herself that she could, then got back in and rode down again. It was only later, back in her bunk with the lamp turned low and her roommates engrossed in their own screens, that she remembered the clip. She lay on her stomach, propped on her elbows, phone close to her face. The glow illuminated only a small triangle of blanket around her, the rest of the room fading to a softened blur. She opened the video. The elevator interior appeared on screen, familiarity framed by the rectangle. Her own voice narrated softly. Documenting the weird elevator. Notice the missing floors. There was a faint echo, the sound bouncing off the metal walls and mixing with the tiny speaker's reproduction. The hum of the elevator motor underscored everything, a low, steady vibration under her words. As the car moved, she watched the numbers above the door light up in the video. 2, 3, 4. Her commentary continued. They just skip. Just pretend those floors are not there. She was about to swipe away, satisfied that she'd captured what she wanted, when something threaded itself under the familiar sounds. It was subtle at first, just a slight thickening of the audio, a narrow band of noise where there should only have been the motor's hum. Lena frowned, tapped the volume icon, and raised it a notch. The background sounds grew. Her own recorded voice floated over them. "Missing floors," she was saying. "Old superstitions." Under that, something else whispered. It was not clear, not like speech recorded in a quiet room. It was the suggestion of syllables in the static, the shape of language hidden in the machine's growl. But as she listened, leaning closer, it resolved into something that made the small muscles in her back tighten. Lena. Just once. Soft. Almost swallowed by the mechanical drone. A breath pulling itself into 4 letters. She froze the video, heart thumping somewhere higher in her chest than it should have been. Scrubbed back with her thumb, replayed the same few seconds. Her voice. "Skip. Just pretend those floors are not there." The motor. The faint creak of the car. And then, just under it, the same sigh of a word. "Lena." She held her breath, played it again, and again. Each time, the sound was there, quiet, but undeniably shaped like her name. It could have been the air pressure equalizing, the resonance of the elevator's casing. It could have been auditory pareidolia, the brain's knack for pattern-seeking gone into overdrive. Or it could have been someone in the elevator saying her name while she was alone in it. She stopped the video, locked the screen, and rolled onto her back, staring up at the underside of the ceiling. The fan's shadow spun lazily overhead, a blurred cross drifting in circles. Medication, she thought. This is what happens when you pretend you can manage the dosage by vibes. She reached down to her backpack on the floor, feeling for the familiar shape of the orange bottle in the side pocket. Her fingers closed around it. The rattle of pills inside sounded too loud in the quiet room, so she stilled her hand quickly. In her journal, later, she wrote a small note in the margin of a page already crowded with half-thoughts. Fix the schedule tomorrow. She underlined it once, then, after a moment, added, talk to doctor when you get back. The words looked earnest on the page. Responsible, sensible. She closed the journal and placed it on the small shelf above her head. The glow from her phone dimmed and died as the screen timed out. In the dark, the hotel's sounds rose to fill the void. The far-off ding of the elevator, the whispering rush of water in the pipes, the muted thuds of strangers' lives 2 walls away. Somewhere inside that layered noise, she imagined, the recording of her name might still be echoing, trapped in circuits and cables. Or perhaps it had come from somewhere less easily explained. Either way, tomorrow, she promised herself, she would try to be more careful with the thin line she walked between brave and reckless. Down in the lobby, unseen, the elevator doors slid open for no one, waited and closed again. The city felt thinner at night, like someone had turned down its opacity. Lena walked without really planning a route, letting the grid of streets guide her feet. The air had cooled after the rain, carrying the smell of wet asphalt and the faint sweetness of something flowering somewhere she could not see. Storefronts glowed in rectangles, laundromats still spinning, convenience stores under buzzing lights, a bar with music leaking out in muffled bass thumps. She passed people in clusters and alone, smokers huddled by doorways, a woman in heels walking quickly with her eyes on the ground, a man pushing a shopping cart full of cans that rattled like bones. Every face seemed closed, focused on its own orbit. She kept her hands tucked into her jacket pockets. shoulders slightly hunched, the little orange bottle a weight against her palm inside the fabric. By the time she turned back toward Harbor Crest, her legs ached pleasantly, and her head buzzed in a way that felt both overstimulated and hollow. Her phone told her it was close to midnight. The neon vacancy sign greeted her with its familiar jittering glow as she approached, the buzzing sound almost a relief after the more chaotic noises outside. Inside, the lobby was close to empty. The lights had been dimmed to a softer level. The television in the corner played some late-night infomercial with the sound off, the host gesturing enthusiastically at a set of knives that would never rust. The clerk on duty scrolled through something on a screen, her chin propped in one hand. A lamp behind the desk cast a small pool of warmth that did not reach far. Lena considered going straight up to her room, but the thought of lying in the dark with her heartbeat and the pipes as company made her feel more wired, not less. She hovered near the elevator bank instead, feeling silly even as she did. The internet had rules for everything, for sleep, for happiness, for how to fold your clothes so your life would magically sharpen into focus. It also had rules for games you were not supposed to play in elevators after midnight. She had stumbled across one of those posts during some late-night doom scroll weeks before the trip. Dire warnings written in a breathless style, a list of buttons to press in a certain order, promises of doors opening on floors that did not exist in blueprints. She had rolled her eyes at the time, but she had read every word. "Just to prove I do not believe any of this," she murmured now, mostly to herself. Elevator 3 dinged when she pressed the call button, as if it had been waiting for her. The doors opened with their usual reluctant sigh, revealing an empty car lit by the harsh overhead panel. The air inside smelled faintly of metal, cleaning fluid, and the ghosts of 1,000 perfumes and colognes that had passed through. She stepped in. The doors began to slide toward each other, then paused, obligingly slow, as if granting her extra time to change her mind. Lena raised her hand to the panel. "Okay," she said quietly. "Fine. Just to prove it is nothing." She did not follow the online instructions exactly. Part of her balked at matching the pattern too perfectly. Superstition wrapped in skepticism. But she pressed a sequence that felt close enough to count. 2, then 7, then 10. Her fingertip hesitating for a fraction of a second before landing. Finally, she pressed the highest floor button, the one labeled 15, just to see it glow. Each button depressed with a soft click and lit up with a dull orange halo. The elevator did not move. The motor overhead groaned once, a low, uncertain rumble, then quieted. The floor beneath her feet vibrated minutely, as if the building were clearing its throat. The overhead light buzzed, the sound sharpening for a second, like a mosquito drifting too close to an ear. The doors remained open. Lena waited. There was no adjustment in the cable, no sense of the car taking its weight and deciding which direction it wanted to go. The panel clicked again, softly from behind the buttons, like a thought running through circuitry, then fell silent. She frowned and hit door close. The button lit under her thumb, the tiny mechanical switch beneath it acknowledging the contact with an audible, delicate tick. The doors did not move. She pressed it again. Tick. Again. Tick. The same result. The elevator stayed where it was, open to the hallway, breathing in the low hum of the building. The air in the corridor beyond seemed thicker now, as if the open mouth of the car had let in something more than oxygen. She leaned forward, one hand catching the edge of the doorway as she peered out. To the left, the corridor stretched toward the bend that led back to the lobby, lamps fixed at regular intervals along the walls. To the right, it ran toward the darker end of the floor, where fewer rooms were occupied, fewer lights left on. Objectively, the bulbs on both sides were identical. Same fixtures, same wattage, same dim plastic covers. But as she looked, the right side, leading away from the lobby, seemed darker. The light pools there were thinner, the spaces between them swollen with shadow. The carpet beyond the second lamp was more gray than brown, like color had been drained away. The left side, toward the desk and the doors and the world, felt less oppressive. Not welcoming, exactly, but comprehensible. She straightened and hit door close again, more firmly now. The button obediently glowed and clicked. "Come on," she muttered. "Do the one thing you exist for." Nothing happened. The motor overhead made a soft, abortive sound, like a machine starting to wake and then deciding against it. The overhead light buzzed again, a fraction louder, flickering once in a tiny, almost imperceptible dimming that came and went too quickly to be sure it had occurred at all. She became suddenly conscious of her own reflection in the metal panel. The distorted version of her face watched her from the brushed surface, eyes stretched, mouth a small, uncertain line. The car was big enough to hold half a dozen people, but right now it felt just a little too small for one. The hum of the building seeped into the space with her. She could hear the water in the pipes behind the walls, the faint rush of it moving in vertical shafts. Somewhere above, another elevator moved, its motor's deeper growl a separate note. The two sounds overlapped, creating a low, uneasy chord. Lena's finger hovered over the sequence she had pressed, the cluster of glowing numbers marking her small act of ritual defiance. She considered reaching out to cancel them all, to reset the panel back to blank. Her hand did not move. The door stayed open, jaw locked in a silent refusal. She felt, very strongly and very suddenly, that the elevator was thinking. It was an absurd thought. Machines did not think. They reacted. They followed patterns dictated by programming and input. They did not pause to consider the implications of a series of button presses. Nevertheless, that was the sensation that crawled over her skin. That something in the unseen circuitry behind the panel was running a calculation, weighing instructions against rules she had not been told. That the small brain made of wires and relays and rust had tilted its head in some mechanical equivalent of curiosity. "Fine," she said, voice coming out thinner than she would have liked. "I get it. Not funny." She reached for the door open button out of habit, then snorted at herself. They were already open. Instead, she pressed lobby ground, the simplest possible command, an easy out. The button lit. The doors did not close. The car hummed, an almost inaudible tremor running through the floor under her feet. The elevator felt, in that moment, weirdly like a chest inhaling. The air pressure shifted, or she imagined that it did. Maybe the panel was faulty. Maybe the game had messed with some old, tired relay. Maybe she was standing in a perfectly mundane box whose only crime was aging. She leaned her head out again, looking left, then right down the corridor, as if she might catch someone watching her, someone who could laugh and tell her the trick to jiggling the doors back into cooperation. No one was there. The hallway carpet was empty. The doors lining it were all closed. The only movement came from the slight, rhythmic flicker of one misbehaving sconce at the far end, its light stuttering like a failing pulse. She pulled her head back inside, the shift making the sound of the hum change subtly, like moving inside a seashell altered the way the ocean sounded from within it. Her thumb found the door close button again. Click, click, click. The elevator remained poised on the edge of a decision it refused to announce. There was a moment, a thin, almost invisible one, where Lena could have just stepped back out of the elevator and taken the stairs. She thought about it. The idea flashed through her mind like a tiny, rational flare. This is weird. The doors are not closing. You are alone. Go. Her hand even twitched toward the threshold. Then something changed behind her. It was not a sound exactly, more like the memory of a sound. The faintest shift in the air at her back, a prickle across the skin at the nape of her neck. That small animal sense that says someone has entered the room, even if they have not moved or spoken yet. She turned. The car was empty. The corners held only the distorted reflections of her own body stretched along the metal walls. The floor was scuffed linoleum. The ceiling panel buzzed faintly. The small dark dome of the security camera in the corner stared down with its unblinking glass eye, the same as it had since she stepped in. But the air felt different. It was crowded now, in a way that had nothing to do with physical space. The atmosphere had thickened, like humidity arriving without a change in temperature. Her lungs had to work a little harder to pull in air that suddenly seemed heavier, textured. Lena's back touched the rear wall before she realized she had been retreating. The contact startled her slightly. She pressed herself more deliberately into the corner, the metal cool through the thin cotton of her shirt. Her eyes flicked from one empty corner to the other, trying to locate the source of the change. "Is someone getting in?" she asked under her breath. No one answered. Of course they did not. She was alone. The sensor above the door did not blink. The doors stayed open. The boundary between hallway and car held in suspension. Her gaze dropped instinctively to the panel of buttons. Several still glowed with her earlier impulsive choices. 2, 7, 10, 15. Little islands of orange in the brushed steel. It looked absurdly like a code someone else had written, and she was now being asked to explain. "Okay," she whispered. "Okay, this is stupid. You are scaring yourself." She reached out and tapped the buttons at random, trying to cancel them, trying to force some decisive reaction from the machine. The panel responded with little clicks, some lights going out, others stubbornly staying on. It felt less like controlling and more like prodding a large animal with no clear sense of what it might do. The sense of presence behind her did not ease. If anything, it shifted closer, the invisible weight of it leaning in, filling up the space just over her left shoulder. The hairs on her arm rose. Without thinking, she sidestepped, pressing herself harder into the corner. In doing so, she moved out of the center of the camera's view, tucking herself along the wall like someone trying to disappear. If anyone had been watching through that tiny dark dome, they would have seen her posture flatten, her arms tightening around her own body. The elevator doors stayed open, patient and unblinking. Lena could hear her own breath now, faster than she wanted. Over it, the hum of the hotel continued, indifferent. The pipes whispered. Another elevator moved somewhere else, far enough away that she could feel its vibration more than hear it. "Fine," she said, voice barely above a whisper. "If you will not move, I will." She edged past the open doors, one foot feeling for the corridor carpet before her weight followed. As soon as she stepped over the threshold, the sound changed. The ding of the elevator, the polite, punctual chime that usually marked arrival and departure, seemed to fold in on itself, muffling mid-note. It was as if someone had clapped padded hands over her ears, not enough to plunge her into silence, but enough to dull all sharp edges. The hallway sounds, TVs, distant voices, the faint whir of the vending machine down the way, sank beneath a different noise, a watery echo. It was subtle, like listening to the world through the thick glass of an aquarium. Every sound reached her with a slight delay and a softening at the edges, as if it had bounced around in liquid before touching her. Even the quiet tap of her own foot on the carpet seemed to come back to her a fraction of a second late, slightly altered. She took another step out, clearing the elevator door entirely. The overhead lights in the corridor hummed, but their glow felt diffused, as though shining through a shallow pool. The air was thicker here too. When she lifted her hands, fingers spread, and moved them experimentally, there was a faint resistance, a drag. It reminded her of walking through the shallow end of a swimming pool, how every motion had to punch through the weight of the water, how delayed and slow her limbs felt even when she tried to move quickly. "This is weird," she breathed. Her voice reached her own ears strangely, quieter than it should have been, as if her words did not want to travel far in this new density. She turned her head, left, then right. The corridor seemed longer than usual, the doors more narrowly spaced. The shadows between the lamps had deepened into shade that looked almost physical, like something you could trip over. And then she saw the girl. She was standing a few yards down the hall, just beyond where the next cone of light from the ceiling began. Young, Lena's age, or close enough that the difference did not matter. She wore clothes that could have been jeans and a dark hoodie, clinging to her frame as if she had stepped into them while still damp. Water dripped from her, not in obvious rivulets, not in the theatrical way of horror films where liquid pours relentlessly. It was subtler than that, a bead running down a strand of hair to fall silently onto the shoulder of her jacket, a dark patch spreading slowly across the front of her shirt, the faint sheen on her exposed skin catching the strange hallway light. Her hair clung to her cheeks in wet strands, some plastered to her forehead. Drops gathered at the ends and fell one by one, leaving no trace on the carpet. Her feet were bare, pale against the patterned floor. What struck Lena most, though, was not the water. It was the girl's eyes. They were wide, certainly, but not with menace, not with that fixed, glassy stare of something that wanted to bite or devour. They looked relieved, as if, after being alone for a very long time, the girl was startled and grateful to find another person in this strange, stretched-out hallway. For a moment, their gazes locked, the thickness in the air pressed closer. The watery echo buzzed in Lena's ears, louder, like a seashell held up too tight. Lena lifted one hand, slowly, feeling the drag of the heavy air around it. The movement felt delayed, like her arm was acting out something decided a second ago. She wiggled her fingers. "Hi," she said. Her voice came out oddly small, but she smiled anyway. The expression felt fragile on her face, like it might crack. The girl watched her. There was the faintest twitch around her mouth, as if she were trying to remember how to mirror that shape. Her shoulders loosened a little, the set of her body shifting from braced to something almost open. Lena took a half step forward. The carpet underfoot resisted slightly, as if she were walking on something saturated. The air between them seemed to thicken further, resistance against her shins and thighs, invisible currents tugging gently at her clothes. Her other hand floated up, caught halfway between a wave and a gesture of reassurance. She waved, then. To anyone watching from outside, it might have looked strange. Her hands moving in hesitant arcs through empty space, fingers splaying and folding, as if she were feeling for invisible threads. But to her, in that flooded-sounding corridor, it was simple. She was reaching out to a girl who looked like she had been standing alone in the dark end of a hallway for much too long. "It is okay," Lena heard herself say, though she was not sure if the words left her throat or only her mind. "I see you." The girl's lips parted. For a heartbeat, Lena thought she might speak. The watery roar in her ears rose, drowning everything else. Shapes blurred at the edges of her vision. The ceiling lights pulsed. Something shifted. The girl's face stayed the same, but the world around her tilted. It was not a physical lurch, nothing that caused Lena to stagger. It was an optical one, a sliding of angles in her perception. The corridor behind the girl straightened and then narrowed, the walls drawing in closer than they had been a second before. The doors lining that stretch seemed to flatten, their handles sinking a fraction of an inch into the wood. The exit sign at the far end glowed a familiar green. "Exit," it said, backward. Like a mirror held up to a word, every letter reversed, the arrow pointing the wrong way. Lena blinked hard. The image stuttered, like a skipped frame in a video. For a split second, she saw herself, not from where she stood, but from where the girl should have been. A figure in the distance, hair damp from the mist outside, hand raised, fingers moving slowly in the thick air of the hallway. Her own face stared back at her from that far point, features slightly warped by distance and the strange quality of the light. Her eyes looked wide and uncertain. Her smile had twisted into something that could be read as either reassurance or confusion. The watery sound surged, then dropped out. The air thinned, collapsing back into ordinary thickness. The weight around her limbs vanished, leaving her slightly off balance from the sudden lack of drag. The overhead lights steadied. The hum of the elevator behind her snapped back into its usual mundane tone. Lena's breath hitched. She blinked again. The hallway was empty. No girl stood at the edge of the light. The exit sign at the far end read correctly. The letters oriented the way they should be. The doors and walls were their normal, slightly shabby selves, spaced as she remembered them. The carpet was just carpet. Behind her, the elevator doors slid shut on their own at last, with a smooth, final motion, as if whatever had been holding them open had released its grip. She turned in a slow circle, her heart beating too fast for how still everything was. The only movement came from the faint flicker of the misbehaving sconce, ticking its way toward eventual darkness. The air smelled like dust, detergent, and the faint metallic tang she was coming to associate with the building. Had she walked out here? Had she ever left the elevator's threshold? If someone later rewound the security footage and watched her, what would they see? A young woman stepping in and out of the car, pressing herself into corners, peering down empty hallways, waving at something that was not there. To her, standing in that suddenly unremarkable corridor, it did not feel like she had been acting bizarre. It felt like she had just had a conversation with an echo that had worn her face. On the 8th floor, Mr. and Mrs. Patterson from Ohio were discovering in real time that their idea of old hotel charm did not include smelling like loose change. They had arrived that afternoon with 2 matching suitcases and an itinerary printed out on 3 stapled pages. They had chosen Harbor Crest because it was cheap, but not the cheapest, downtown, but not quite in the worst blocks, according to the blogs, historic, according to the brochure. They had driven in from the rental car lot with the GPS arguing in a polite robotic voice and the air conditioning too high. Now, in the small tiled bathroom of room 804, Mrs. Patterson stood under the shower head, eyes closed, soap suds on her hair, and tried to ignore the way the water smelled. "It is metallic," she called out over the hiss, lips curled. "I am telling you, this is not normal." From the main room, her husband's voice floated back, muffled by the partially closed bathroom door. "It is an old building, Marlene. The pipes are old. That is how it is." "No," she insisted, scrunching her nose as another stream hit her shoulders. "I have been in old buildings. The water did not smell like someone melted a roll of pennies and poured them into the plumbing." She shifted her weight, reaching for the small bottle of travel shampoo balanced on the ledge. The porcelain beneath her bare feet was slick with water and steam. As she adjusted her stance, something brushed her ankle. It was light, not the solid impact of dropped soap or a mislaid washcloth, not the firm nudge of her own foot against the other, more like the whispery touch of long hair drifting in a pool or fingers trailing in a hesitant line. She hissed and jerked her leg up, toes leaving the tub. Her hand flew out to catch the edge of the shower curtain, rattling the rings on the rod. "What?" her husband called, closer now. She could hear the bed creak as he sat up. "Something touched me," she said, heart thudding faster than the situation warranted. She squinted down through the rush of water. The tub was empty. White porcelain. Her own pale foot, toes gripping at nothing. No stray towel, no clump of hair, no insect. The drain gurgled a little, as if amused. "It is just the water," Mr. Patterson said, appearing in the doorway with an expression that said he was already bracing for being dragged downstairs to talk to a manager. "Everything feels weird in hotel showers. It is probably turbulence." "Turbulence," she repeated flat. "In the pipes," he amended, shrugging. She sighed, let her leg down cautiously. Whatever had touched her ankle did not repeat the motion. Still, she finished rinsing faster than she might have otherwise, wiping her face clean of soap and stepping out with more care than usual. The water beaded on her skin, carrying that faint copper tang with it. When she turned off the tap, the absence of the rushing sound made the silence in the room rush in. Somewhere inside the wall, the pipes groaned, like a throat being cleared after a long speech. "I am telling you," she repeated again, wrapped in a towel now. "We are saying something." On the 3rd floor, a man named Ray, who had been driving trucks longer than he cared to count, stared at the glass in his hand and frowned. He had turned on the bathroom tap to fill it out of habit. Motel sinks and truck stop bathrooms had taught him that you either drank the water where you found it, or you bought a lot of overpriced bottles. At first, the stream had come out cloudy, a thick, milky opacity that looked like someone had breathed fog into the glass from beneath. He let it run, watching. After a few seconds, the cloud thinned, spinning itself into faint swirls that disappeared like ghosts when he swirled the glass. The water now looked clear enough. He held it up to the light, turning it left and right. No floating particles, no obvious discoloration. "Fine," he said to no one, and took a sip. It tasted almost okay. Not crisp, not like the cold snap of good well water, but not as bad as some places. There was that same flat undertone he had noticed in his morning coffee, like the water had been tired before it ever hit the grounds. He set the glass down on the sink and reached for his toothbrush. Foam gathered at the corners of his mouth as he scrubbed, leaning on one elbow, his reflection in the mirror looking more worn than he felt. His knees popped when he shifted his weight. The fluorescent bathroom light hummed in a steady, high buzz. Halfway through brushing, he heard it. A gulping sound. It was faint, under the hiss of the running water, but it was unmistakable. A drawn-out swallowing noise, as if someone were drinking with great enthusiasm right next to his ear, but muffled, as if they were separated by a wall. He froze, toothbrush in midair, paste collecting. The sound came again. Gulp. Not from the room, not from outside the door, from inside the wall behind the mirror, behind the pipes. It vibrated through the sink, through the small patch of porcelain where his hand rested. He spat, quickly, sudsy water splashing messily in the basin. Turned off the tap. The gulping sound stopped. The sudden quiet made his ears ring. For a moment, all he could hear was his own breathing and the disapproving hum of the light. "Great," he muttered to himself. "Now the building eats too." He rinsed his mouth with bottled water instead, the cold sting of it a small comfort. Down in the lobby, the complaint queue had begun long before checkout time. Phones rang in short, irritated bursts, the front desk clerk juggling two handsets and a face-to-face argument at once. The printer behind her chattered as it spat out invoices. Somewhere in the back office, unseen, a faucet dripped steadily into a metal sink. Each drop, a small, sharp note in the background symphony. Mr. and Mrs. Patterson joined the line with the air of people expecting justice. "Excuse me," Mrs. Patterson said when they finally reached the counter. "We need to talk about the water on 8. The clerk smiled that tired, polished smile every front desk worker seemed to be issued with their first name tag. "What seems to be the issue?" "It smells like pennies," Mrs. Patterson said. "Again. Worse today. I booked us into a hotel, not a copper mine." "And something touched my leg in the shower," she added, as her husband's mouth opened to edit. "Do not tell me it was the water. Water does not brush your ankle." Behind them, Ray from the 3rd floor set his coffee cup down with more force than necessary. "Whatever is going on with your plumbing," he said, "my tap is running cloudy half the time, and my coffee tastes like you brewed it with rusty nails. I know you people keep saying old building, but where I come from, old pipes are something you fix, not a personality trait." The clerk's smile faltered, then snapped back into place. The phone rang. She picked it up, cradling it against her shoulder while she typed something into the computer. "Yes, sir," she said into the receiver. "I understand. Yes, we have had a few complaints about the water. No, it is not dangerous. We are sending maintenance to check the tanks." She hung up, then turned back to the cluster in front of her. "We are aware of the issue," she said. "The tanks on the roof are old, and sometimes the rain stirs up sediment. Our maintenance technician will be up there this afternoon. In the meantime, you are welcome to use the bottled water in the vending machines on the 1st floor. At $3 a bottle," Ray muttered. "That is highway robbery," Mrs. Patterson said. "And he would know. He drives on highways." The clerk's eyes darted toward the small door behind the desk, the one that led to the manager's office. As if summoned by the look, the manager emerged, smoothing his tie. "Everything all right out here?" he asked, voice cheerfully strained. "We have guests concerned about water quality," the clerk said. 804 and 312, and a few calls from higher floors. The manager's lips pressed together in a thin line for a fraction of a second before he turned the full wattage of his customer service expression on the waiting guests. "I am very sorry you are experiencing this," he said, hands folding in front of him. "As my colleague said, it is an older system. The tanks on the roof can get a little temperamental when we have a lot of rain. But I promise you, we have our best guy on it. Miguel will flush the lines and check the filtration. You will see improvement soon." "Today," Mrs. Patterson said. "Today," he agreed. In the back office, as if delivering a cue, the drip from the unseen faucet sped up for a moment. Plip, 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 before settling back into its regular rhythm. The elevator dinged nearby, its doors opening onto an empty car. No one got on, no one got off. The doors waited, then closed again, the sound bleeding into the steady ring of another phone. "Miguel?" the manager called over his shoulder, raising his voice enough to carry through the thin wall. "You got a minute?" There was a muffled response. A moment later, a man in a blue work shirt, name patch stitched crooked over his chest, stepped into view. His hair was threaded with gray at the temples, his hands stained in a way that said the marks did not come off, no matter how much soap you used. "The roof again?" he asked, sighing softly. "The roof again," the manager confirmed. "Guests are tasting the building." Miguel snorted softly, an expression flickering over his face that was too complicated to be just amusement. "All right," he said. "I will go talk to the tanks." As he headed toward the service stairs, keys jangling at his belt, the phone behind the desk rang once more. The clerk answered, pen poised over a pad of paper. "Front desk, how can I help you?" she said. On the other end, a voice complained about water pressure, about something gurgling in the walls. She made soothing noises, wrote "water, 11th floor," in hurried block letters, and underlined it. All the while, in the ceiling above them and the walls around them, water moved unseen through narrow spaces, connecting 8 and 3 and 11 and 2. Every complaint, every sip, every shower, every flushed toilet ran through the same hidden veins, tying together strangers who would never know they shared more than a building. The phones rang, the elevators chimed, the back office dripped, and somewhere above, on a roof no guest was supposed to see, the tanks waited, holding whatever the hotel decided to remember. Sleep came in pieces now, like a show she kept turning off and on. The first night at Harbor Crest, she had fallen into it out of sheer exhaustion. Now, 3 nights in, sleep showed up late and left early, picking up in the middle of scenes she did not remember starting. She woke too many times, pulse racing, ears straining for sounds in the walls. In the morning, her body felt heavy, but her thoughts skittered just under the surface, jittery and thin. Her journal reflected the shift. Where the early entries on this trip had been neat and deliberate, lines of handwriting marching across the page in careful rows, the new ones sprawled. The letters grew larger, squeezed tighter together, then shrank into compressed loops. Sentences broke off halfway. She found half-finished phrases between more complete ones, like abandoned side streets. The date at the top of one page was underlined 3 times. "Woke up again at 3, she had written. "Pipes louder. Knocks again?" Could have been dream. Maybe brain is trying to knit everything into a story. Below that, in a different pen pressure, squeezed into the margin. Building listening? Stop it. She snapped the journal shut and set it beside the sink. The bathroom in room 207 had not gotten any bigger. The shower stall was still a narrow rectangle, with a clouded glass door that never shut quite all the way. Steam clung to its inner surface, turning her outline into a vague moving shadow. When she turned on the water this time, it came out in a weak, reluctant drizzle. She held her hand under the spray, frowning. The droplets hit her palm with the half-hearted force of a leaky faucet. It felt like the building was withholding pressure on purpose, doling it out drop by drop. "Come on," she muttered, flicking the handle farther toward hot, then back. The pipes behind the wall made a low, uncertain groan. Then, without warning, the stream surged. Water slammed against the tiles in a sudden heavy rush, plastering her hair to her scalp and splattering out onto the bathroom floor through the gap in the door. It was like something large had shifted in the arteries of the hotel, dislodging a blockage and sending its stored-up weight hurtling through. Lena stumbled a step back, one hand flying out to catch the wall. The change in force made her skin sting briefly, like 1,000 small slaps. "Okay," she said, aloud to the tiles. "Okay, that is more than enough enthusiasm." The pressure steadied after a moment, settling into a strong, even stream. Heat seeped into her shoulders, her neck, running down in clean, anonymous lines. She closed her eyes and tried to let the water drag the tension out of the muscles at the base of her skull. When she opened them again, something on the floor caught her eye. Near the drain, where the white tiles dipped slightly, a faint reddish streak clung to the grout. It was thin, about the width of a finger, running in a short line from the base of the wall toward the drain's metal grate. It could have been rust, she told herself. Rust, or old mineral stains, marks left behind by countless showers before hers. She crouched, ignoring the shower's spray needling her back, and swiped her thumb across the streak. The color blurred a little, smearing, but did not vanish. It clung under her nail, a dull, brick-red tint. When she tried to rinse it away with the shower head, the water beaded up and rolled off, the stain dimming only by degrees, not disappearing. Her stomach tightened. "Rust," she whispered to herself. "It is just rust, or something in the grout." The drain gurgled in response, a small choked sound, as if swallowing something it did not entirely want. She stood, finished washing with more haste than thoroughness, and shut off the water. The pipe shuddered in the wall as the flow ceased, a hollow metallic sigh sinking into the building's bones. Wrapped in a towel, she wiped steam from the mirror with the flat of her hand and leaned closer. The face that stared back at her looked less like someone on an adventure and more like someone a few steps into a gradual unraveling. There were faint shadows under her eyes, a tightness at the corners of her mouth she did not remember cultivating. She turned the faucet on at the sink, letting the stream run over her fingers. It came out clear this time. At least there was that. The temperature was lukewarm, never fully committing to cold or hot. She cupped her hands and lifted some to her mouth. The first sip confirmed what her nose had already suspected. Rust, yes. A metallic tang under everything, but also something else. A flatness, as if the water had been poured, used, strained, and poured back again too many times. Not dirty, not foul, just tired, like it had been through more than she was meant to know about and had lost some essential brightness along the way. She swallowed and set her hands on either side of the sink, feeling the cool porcelain under her palms. It was only water, she told herself. Molecules and minerals. No memory. The thought did not quite land. Maybe this building is saturated, her mind supplied instead, full of old lives. The idea sat there, unwelcome and persistent, as if it had been waiting for an opening. She imagined showers and taps and toilets draining into the same system, all feeding the same rooftop tanks. Years of people rinsing off fear and exhaustion and grief and leaving it to swirl down unseen. All of it shared, diluted, then sent back up through the pipes to be taken in again. Stop narrating things like that, she said quietly to her reflection. You are not helping yourself. She dressed, fingers moving with the autopilot clumsiness of someone whose thoughts were far away from the motions they were making. The room felt close around her, walls a fraction nearer than they had been yesterday. It was too easy to picture something pacing inside them, restless, following the path of the pipes. The only thing she could think to do was escape downward, into the relative normalcy of the lobby. If the building was saturated with anything, she reasoned, it was at least thinner down there, diluted in the comings and goings of people whose lives did not orbit the place like hers currently did. The elevator, after a long moment of suspicious hesitation, took her down without incident. The doors opened on the ground floor with their usual sigh. The lobby greeted her with its familiar, frayed edges. There was something comforting in how ordinary it looked. A couple stood by the front door, arguing quietly about parking. He insisted they could leave the car where it was. She was convinced it would be towed. A man in a polo shirt insisted at the desk that he had requested late checkout weeks ago, his tone implying that this should be obvious to everyone present. A teenager draped across one of the armchairs played an endless game on his phone, the tinny sound effects just barely audible. The front desk phone rang. The clerk answered, her voice sliding into the efficient cadence of apology and explanation. Behind her, the back office door remained shut, but the faint sound of a printer churning out receipts seeped through. A small television perched on a bracket in the corner showed a talk show, the volume so low that Lena could only catch fragments of laughter. Someone had left a half-consumed cup of coffee on a side table. A small ring of liquid circled its base on the wood. Lena settled into one of the chairs by the lobby window. The upholstery sagged comfortably beneath her, shaping itself around her weight with the resigned familiarity of furniture that had held too many strangers to care who came next. She watched the minutes pass. An elderly man tried to get change for the vending machine and ended up telling the clerk his life story instead, his words flowing and looping back on themselves. A group of backpackers in their 20s debated bus routes in rapid Spanish, maps spread out over a coffee table. A woman in business attire paced back and forth by the elevator bank, phone pressed to her ear, saying, "I understand," over and over in the tone of someone who absolutely did not. Lena listened, letting the mundane details wash through her like background noise. There was a safety to these small irritations and routines. Parking tickets, mistaken reservations, lost luggage, problems with solutions, even if those solutions were annoying. The ordinary gravity of other people's trivial complaints tugged at her, anchoring her away from the vortex of her own thoughts. Her eyes drifted up to the ceiling occasionally, to the hairline cracks and discolorations that hinted at pipes and tanks and systems above. From somewhere behind the check-in desk, she could hear a steady drip into what she imagined was a bucket or a sink. the sound regular enough to become part of the wallpaper of noise. The plumbing hum was still there, of course. It never left. But down here, it was crowded in by other sounds. The ding of an arriving elevator, the soft slam of the door opening and closing, the murmur of television applause, the rustle of newspapers, the collective exhale of a building full of people trying to go about their lives. For a little while, sitting in that sagging chair, Lena could almost believe that Harbor Crest was just another tired hotel in a tired part of town. That the water was just water, no matter how it tasted. That the elevator was just old, not deliberate. That the knocks in the walls were nothing more than metal cooling, expanding, shifting. She watched a child, someone's daughter, hair in lopsided pigtails, press her hands against the glass of the front door to look out at the street, her breath fogging the pain. The girl traced shapes with one finger, circles and squiggles that vanished almost as soon as she drew them. Outside, the sky lowered itself by degrees, clouds thickening. The city went on, traffic shuffling, sirens rising and falling far away. Inside, Lena sat very still, trying to memorize what it felt like to be surrounded by boring arguments and predictable noise. She knew, in that quiet, honest part of her mind, that she could not stay down here forever. Sooner or later, she would have to go back up. Back to the second floor. Back to the thin-walled room where the pipes spoke more clearly and the water tasted like pennies and ghosts. For now, though, she let the weight of other people's small problems hold her in place, a momentary dip in the wave before it rose again. The rain came back that night like it had been gathering its strength all day. It started as a soft patter against whatever windows the building still had facing open air, a background texture almost indistinguishable from the steady hiss of tires on wet streets below. Then it thickened, the drops hitting harder, faster, until it sounded as if someone were shaking a vast curtain of beads just beyond the walls. In room 207, the sound seeped into everything. Lena lay on her bunk, staring at the faint shadow of the ceiling fan. The rhythm of its slow, uneven spin had become familiar. Tick, wobble, tick. Tonight, though, even that sound was pushed to the edges by the rain's insistence and the way it poured itself into the plumbing. The pipes, already prone to murmuring, found a new voice. Water rushed through them in layered currents, overlapping, changing speed. Sometimes it was a steady roar, like a distant highway. Sometimes it thinned into a soft hiss, as if someone were exhaling through clenched teeth. Occasionally, it burped and gurgled, small pockets of trapped air forced along narrow passages. Sleep came in short, shallow dips for her. She hovered at the edge of it, falling in and out like someone pacing between rooms. At some point, she glanced at her phone once and saw 2:41 a.m. blinking back before the screen went dark. She became aware of another sound threading itself through the rain and the pipes. Someone was crying. The voice came from beyond the wall at the head of her bed, muffled by drywall and insulation, but still carrying a human edge that cut through the building's mechanical chorus. It was low and soft, not the sharp, keening sob of someone in the first impact of grief, but the tired, worn-out crying of someone who had been sad for a long time and had finally run out of energy to hide it. There were words in there too, flattened by distance, a few rows clearly enough to catch. I know. I am sorry. I just could not. The cadence of a phone call, the rhythm of speech that expects an answer on the other end. Lena rolled onto her side, the thin mattress springs creaking softly under her. Courtney, on the bunk below, shifted and mumbled in her sleep, but did not wake. Across the room, Anya's silhouette was curled, still and small. The crying voice wove in and out with the water's constant motion. It was hard to tell which sounds belonged to plumbing and which to person. The wall at the head of her bed felt like a membrane between two bodies, thin enough to let through the vibration of another heart. On impulse, Lena reached up and pressed her ear against the wall. The plaster was cool, a faint dampness seeping through from the other side. The crying grew clearer immediately, though still indistinct enough to protect the words from being stolen. Someone's breath hitched. Someone sniffed. The whine of cheap phone speakers almost made it through, tinny and distant. Underneath the human sounds, there was something deeper, a sloshing, hollow noise. Not the narrow rush of water in a pipe, but the heavier movement of a larger volume. It sounded like what you might hear if you pressed your ear against the side of a huge barrel while someone pushed against it. A slow, thick swish as liquid shifted and rearranged itself in response to an unseen disturbance. It came in pulses. The crying voice would rise or fall, and beneath it, the low slosh would answer with its own change. As if the act of speaking across the wall sent ripples out into something much larger, much fuller than the pipes that carried tap water and shower spray. Lena held her breath, listening. For a few seconds, it felt like she could hear the tank on the roof from here, through floors and ceilings and insulation, as if the building had hollowed itself into a single resonant chamber, carrying the sound down from that unseen reservoir and into the bones of every wall. She did not know how long she stayed like that, ear to plaster, the edge of her pillow pressing uncomfortably against her neck. At some point, the crying on the other side faded, either quieting fully or being swallowed by the white noise of rain and plumbing. The deep sloshing receded into simpler gurgles and ticks. Her eyes grew heavy. The wall under her skin felt less like a barrier and more like a cool hand against her cheek. Sleep dragged her down in one of those sudden, complete drops that feel like falling through a trapdoor. She dreamed. In the dream, there was no hotel, no rooms, no carpets, no numbered doors, no elevators that hesitated to close. There was only a great, open darkness, stretching out on all sides in a way that made distance meaningless. Above her, there was no sky. It was not just that there were no stars. It was that there was nothing at all. No gradient of color, no suggestion of clouds or void. Just a flat absence, too complete to name. Below her, beneath whatever passed for ground in that place, was water. She became aware of it first as a smell, metallic and damp, rising up in faint breaths. Then a sound, the slow, deep slosh of something massive shifting in a container. The dimensions came to her gradually. Not a small tank, not a bathtub, not even a swimming pool. Vast, a reservoir large enough that its far sides curved away into the dark, invisible, the way a horizon does on a sea. She stood at what might have been the edge. Black water spread out in front of her, thick and opaque. It did not reflect anything. There was nothing to reflect. Its surface moved in slow, viscous ripples, disturbed by forces she could not see. Above the water, descending from the featureless night sky, hung pipes, thousands of them, maybe more. They were thin, some no wider than her thumb, others as thick as her arm. They dropped straight down from the invisible source above, stopping just above the surface or plunging a little way into it. They were made of different materials: old iron, newer PVC, copper gone dark with age, and they twitched occasionally, as if something flowed through them irregularly. From the ends of some of these pipes, something dripped. Not water. Faces. They did not fall fully formed. At first, they were only hints of features. A curve that might be a cheek, a glimmer that might be an eye. They emerged from the mouths of the pipes like reflections coalescing on a fogged mirror, wobbly at the edges. One by one, they took shape. A woman with tired eyes, a man with a crooked smile, a teenager with a nose ring, a little boy with cheeks still round with childhood, countless others, blurring into one another, sharing expressions, swapping pieces as if they were all being drawn from the same limited palette of memories. They did not speak. Their mouths opened and closed soundlessly, bubbles escaping into the dark. Some seemed to look at her. Others stared past her, at something far behind or above. The faces did not stay. They held together for a few seconds, then stretched and melted, running down like wax, dissolving back into droplets that fell into the black water below with barely a ripple. The pipes above them shuddered once, then began extruding new faces, new blurred countenances, the cycle constant and unsettling. Lena felt no urge to step closer. The sense of wrongness radiating from that vast surface was too profound. And yet, there was something heartbreakingly mundane about it too. It reminded her of footage of water treatment plants, of reservoirs, of any ordinary piece of infrastructure that quietly made life possible. Only this tank held more than water. She understood it suddenly, with the cold clarity dreams sometimes deliver. Every tap in Harbor Crest, every shower, every toilet, every drinking fountain, every leaking pipe fed into this. All of it came here, flow after flow, year after year. The rinsed off sweat and tears, the washed away fear, the spit from brushed teeth, the coffee dregs, the bath water from nights when someone sat on the floor with their clothes on and let the hot stream hit their back until they were numb. Every story that had passed through the building left a trace in its plumbing, and those traces had nowhere to go but here. The faces she saw were not ghosts in the usual sense. They were more like impressions in clay, the residual shapes left behind by people who had stayed in the rooms above while their lives bent and cracked. Their bodies had moved on, far away or not at all, but some echo of them had been carried along with the water and collected. Old hotels listen. A remembered comment flickered through her mind. She knew, in that dream logic way, that if she followed any one pipe up past the ceiling of this impossible room, she would find it splitting and branching into the walls of Harbor Crest. Into the shower in 804, where a woman from Ohio flinched at a touch on her leg. Into the sink in 312, where a trucker rinsed his mouth and listened to someone gulp in the dark. Into the bathroom in 207, where a girl pressed her ear to the wall and lied to her parents about taking her pills. All of them fed the same tank. All their nights were steeped together in the same vast body of water on the roof. The thought settled into her like a stone dropping through the surface. Saturated, she had written, full of old lives. Here was the proof. A ripple rolled across the surface of the tank, wider, stronger than the others. Some of the faces hanging from the pipes wavered more violently, features distorting as if struck by a sudden current. Lena realized, with a sharp stab of dread, that the disturbance had matched her realization. That the tank was not just passively holding what it was given. It was reacting. It knew she knew. The dream folded in on itself. She jolted awake in the dark, heart racing. the phantom smell of metallic water still thick in her nose. The ceiling fan's faint tick-tick-tick anchored her in the present. Courtney's quiet snore provided another point of reference. Anja's soft shifting on the other side of the room reminded her she was not alone. For a moment, everything was still. Then the wall at the head of her bed spoke. 3 knocks, distinct, spaced evenly apart. Not the random bangs of cooling pipes, not the chaotic clatter of valves. Each one carried a hollow resonance, as if made against the side of a large, empty container that was not quite empty anymore. Knock. A pause long enough for her pulse to beat twice. Knock. Her breath caught, lodged sharp in her throat. Knock. Then silence. The rain still hammered at the invisible windows. The building still hummed. But the section of wall under her fingertips, she'd reached out without realizing and pressed her palm against it, felt cool and faintly vibrating, as if it had just spoken in a language too deep for words. It sounded, very much, like an answer. Miguel had stopped being surprised by this building a long time ago. He had been at Harbor Crest for nearly 12 years. Long enough to see the carpets replaced twice, and the wallpaper peeled and hung again over the same tired drywall. Long enough to have been there when the paramedics pushed a gurney too fast through the lobby and clipped the edge of the front desk. Long enough to remember the night the police spent 6 hours in one of the upper rooms, their radios crackling as they carried evidence bags down in the thin light of dawn. He had seen overdoses, fights, a couple of people who had jumped or fallen, depending on who was doing the telling. The building had pockets where bad things stuck like gum under a table. He learned to walk around them. Water, though, was different. Water was just work. "You hear me, Miguel?" the manager said, leaning over the front desk, his tie already loosened, though it was barely noon. "They are saying it smells like pennies again. I have got 3 complaints before lunch. And that truck driver is scaring the other guests, talking about rusty nails." Miguel shifted the flashlight on his belt, feeling the familiar weight of the ring of keys against his hip. "I heard," he said. His voice was flat, not disrespectful, just tired. "I will go up, bleed the lines, check the filters." "We cannot afford another bad review week," the manager pressed on. "We just cannot. Water tastes weird is fine one time, but this is starting to look like a pattern." Miguel almost smiled at that. Starting to look like a pattern, as if the building had not been repeating itself for decades. He did not bother pointing out that the tanks should have been replaced years ago, that the cheap owners kept postponing it in favor of things guests could see. New TVs, new lobby chairs, fresh paint that would peel again in 2 summers. You could not put a water tank in a brochure. "I will take care of it," he said instead. He stopped in the maintenance room just long enough to grab the toolbox he kept ready for rooftop trips. Wrenches, spare gaskets, a battered pressure gauge that had outlived 3 different managers. He slung the strap over his shoulder and headed for the service stairs. The air shifted as soon as he stepped out of the more public parts of the building. The service corridor smelled different, less of perfume and takeout, more of dust, detergent, and the faint, persistent tang of moisture seeping through old concrete. The lights here were bare bulbs, their glow harsher, their flickers less politely concealed. He took the stairs up. Each flight was a repetition. 12 steps, small landing, turn, 12 more. His boots thudded on the metal treads, the sound echoing off the narrow walls. The The higher he climbed, the more the noise of the city thinned, replaced by the steadier industrial murmur of the building's own systems. Fans, pumps, something older and less easily named humming behind the walls. On the 14th floor landing, he stepped through a door marked Authorized Personnel Only. The sign's red letters faded to a muted pink. Beyond it was a cramped space that smelled strongly of oil and cold metal, where the top of the elevator machinery crouched like a sleeping animal. He bypassed it, ducking under a low duct, and found the metal ladder bolted to the wall that led up to the roof hatch. "Every time," he muttered, eyeing the rust flakes clinging to the rungs. "You would think one of these fancy owners would spring for a new ladder." He hooked the strap of the toolbox more securely over his shoulder and began to climb. The ladder creaked under his weight, each step announcing itself with a protesting whine. Tiny particles of rust ground off against his boots, sprinkling the floor below with a fresh dusting of orange. The air grew cooler as he rose, the draft from above slipping through the cracks around the hatch. At the top, he paused, one hand on the cold metal. He could hear the wind on the other side already, a low, steady rush. The city was a constant presence beneath everything else, a far-off, continuous roar. Like traffic on a highway, he was not quite close enough to see. He unlatched the hatch and pushed it open. The rooftop air hit him with a damp, open chill that felt almost clean compared to the hotel's interior. He hauled himself up through the opening and stood, straightening his back, the toolbox bumping against his thigh. The sky was a dull, bruised gray, the kind that made it difficult to tell what time it really was. Clouds hung low, heavy with the promise of more rain. The wind shepherded scraps of it across the cityscape in ragged lines. Harbor Crest's roof was a flat plain of patched tar and gravel, scarred by years of repairs. Antennas, vents, and ducts poked up at random intervals, each making its own small noise in the breeze. And there were the tanks. 4 massive cylinders set in a row near the center of the roof, fenced in by a waist-high railing, more symbolic than practical. They loomed in the dim light, their dark metal skins streaked with rust and the pale mineral stains left behind by decades of sloshing and overflow. Each one was taller than Miguel by at least twice his height. The lids on top were domed and bolted down, access hatches secured with heavy, aging locks. Thick pipes ran from the bases straight down into the building's guts, disappearing through the roof into the mechanical rooms below. Smaller lines branched off, a network of veins that fed the upper floors. Miguel had never thought of them as anything but equipment. Ugly, necessary, occasionally troublesome. Today, as he walked past them, toolbox in hand, they seemed bigger. Maybe it was the sky pressing low, the wind carrying the smell of wet metal. The tanks looked like 4 silent giants hunched together, shoulders rounded, heads bowed. Not asleep exactly, waiting. He could hear the water inside them, even out here. Not clearly, not like listening to a stream or a fountain, but in the way his boots felt the vibration through the roof. A low, constant movement, the internal slosh of mass adjusting itself whenever a shower turned on 16 floors below, whenever someone flushed a toilet, whenever a sink tap squeaked open and then shut with a hiss. He walked the line of them, one hand unconsciously brushing the cool, rough surface of each as he passed. Tank 1, Tank 2, Tank 3, Tank 4. Each had a slightly different patchwork of repairs and markings. Each had its own sound, if you knew how to listen. At Tank 2, he stopped. The pipework here had caused trouble last month. A filter had clogged, backing pressure up into the mid-level rooms. He popped open the small access panel, wincing as the hinge squealed. Inside, the valve assembly sat where it always did. Bolts and fittings looking back at him with blank, metallic indifference. He set the toolbox down, its contents clinking softly. The wind tugged at his jacket, bringing with it the smell of rain and something else, a faint coppery tang that reminded him of the way the lobby had felt heavier this week, the way guests had wrinkled their noses. "You behaving today?" he asked the valve, out of habit more than belief. Talking to stubborn machinery made the work feel less lonely. The valve did not answer, but the tank behind it creaked. A long, slow sound like old bones shifting. Miguel felt it through the soles of his boots, through the pad of his palm where it rested on the access door. He did not scare easily. Not anymore. The building had thrown worse at him than strange noises and complaints about taste. Still, as he knelt to start his routine, checking pressure, bleeding off air, flushing lines, the 4 looming shapes at his back felt more present than usual, like an audience gathered in the gray air, listening to the small human sounds of his tools biting into metal. It was Tank 3 that bothered him. Miguel had worked his way down the line like he always did, checked the gauges, cracked the bleeder valves, listened to the way the water answered. Tank 1's pressure was a little low, but nothing he could not balance out. Tank 2 gave a stubborn hiss when he vented air, then settled. Tank 4 hummed along like it always did, steady and dull. Tank 3 looked wrong. At first it was just a feeling, something in the way. His eyes kept drifting back to it, even while his hands were busy with the others. Then he noticed the streaks. On the side facing the city, the dark metal skin was marked with irregular damp trails. Not the thin, chalky mineral lines he was used to, the ones that built up slowly over months like the rings of a tree. These streaks were fresher, wider. They ran from a point near the top, under one of the brackets that held the access ladder, down in crooked lines toward the base. They were not uniform. Some looked like something had overflowed and run in clean sheets. Others had the broken, interrupted edge of liquid that had seeped through in fits and starts. In the gray light, they gleamed a shade darker than the surrounding metal. Miguel walked closer, boots crunching on bits of gravel. The wind tugged at his jacket, making the toolbox bump against his leg in a slow rhythm. He reached out and brushed the back of his knuckles against one of the streaks. Damp. Not soaked, not freshly poured, but not dry either. The moisture clung to the metal in a thin film, cool against his skin. When he pulled his hand back and rubbed his fingers together, they felt tacky, like the residue left by water that had carried more than just minerals. He frowned and stepped back, craning his neck to look up along the curvature of the tank. The access hatch on top of Tank 3 was not sitting right. Normally, the metal lid lay flush against its rim, bolts tight, the locking bar set firmly in place. Today, from this angle, he could see a slim, dark line of space between the edge of the hatch and the top lip of the tank. Not much, half an inch, maybe less, but enough to notice. Enough for rain to get in, for something to get out. His first thought was that someone else had been up here, a contractor maybe, one of the newer maintenance guys who did not always remember to double-check their work. It happened. People cut corners. People forgot locks when they had too many other things on their minds. But there was no note in the logbook downstairs. No record of anyone else scheduled to service the tanks this week. And he had not given anyone his key. "Damn it," he muttered, reading his own conclusion in the damp streaks. Someone has been messing where they should not. The ladder bolted to the side of Tank 3 shook a little in the wind, its rungs slick with a thin sheen of moisture. He hated climbing these things even on dry days. They had been installed when the building was younger and less rusty, and no one had thought to replace them when time did what it always does. He wiped his hand on his jeans, adjusted the strap of the toolbox on his shoulder, and set his boot on the first rung. The metal groaned under his weight, the sound vibrating up into his bones. He tested his grip, then began to climb. One rung, then another. The round side of the tank curved away beneath him, a dark wall that smelled faintly of algae and iron. The higher he went, the more the city's voice rose around him. Downtown stretched out beyond the low roof fence, a grid of streets and buildings blurring into the distance. At this height, the individual noises merged into a constant low roar. Engines, horns, distant construction, an ambulance siren slicing through in a high, urgent wail. Somewhere far below, someone laughed. The sound carried up in a thin ribbon by a gust of wind. A dog barked twice, sharp and lonely, then fell silent. The wind itself had its own language up here. It whipped around the bulk of the tanks, catching on edges and corners, making small vortices that thudded against his side. It hummed through the cutouts in the roof railings, whistled briefly in the mouths of unused vents. The ladder chimed faintly as the rungs flexed. Miguel's flashlight, hooked to a loop on his belt, bumped against his hip, its beam dancing over the curved metal as he climbed. His breath sounded loud in his own ears, a steady in-out that fogged in front of his face when the wind shifted just right. Almost there, he told himself, though no one was there to hear it. At the top, he paused with one boot on the last rung, one hand on the ladder's side rail. The hatch was level with his chest, a round metal disc, slightly raised on one side. Up close, the gap was easier to see, a thin, irregular line where lid and rim did not quite meet. Dark moisture had gathered there, beating in tiny droplets that shivered when the wind gusted. He unhooked the flashlight and clicked it on. The beam cut a pale tunnel through the damp air, catching flecks of dust and mist. He directed it at the edge of the hatch, then at the locking bar. The heavy metal arm that was supposed to be snug against the lid was askew, pushed up just enough to allow the hatch to lift. The padlock that usually held it tight dangled from the hasp, closed, but not threaded through the proper loop. As if someone had undone it, opened the hatch, then dropped the lock back in place without bothering to secure it again. "Who the hell?" he began, then let the words trail off. There was no answer that would make him feel any better. He inhaled to steady himself and immediately regretted it. The smell was stronger up here, near the gap. Not the usual chlorine and metal mix he associated with treated water, but something more stagnant, damp, enclosed air that had been sitting too long in a closed space, heavy with the scent of algae and the faint underlying sourness of organic matter beginning to go wrong. It was the smell of a pond in late summer, of a bucket left full in a warm closet, of hoses that had sat unused too long. Underneath it all, just barely, there was a hint of something else, something that reminded him, unwillingly, of hospital corridors, and wet bandages. Not sharp, not fresh. Old. He set the flashlight between his teeth for a moment, freeing both hands. The metal was cold against his lips. He grabbed the locking bar and forced it up fully, the hinges protesting with a rusty screech. The padlock swung, clinking against the side. With the bar out of the way, he pressed his palm against the hatch and pushed. At first, it resisted, stuck by a combination of neglect and the suction of the heavy air inside. Then, with a wet, reluctant sound, it lifted. Dampness clung to the underside of the lid, forming into fat droplets that fell in slow motion past his boots and down the side of the tank. He opened it just enough to wedge his shoulder under, then pushed farther until the hatch yawned fully. Cold, stale air spilled out, washing over his face, carrying the smell in a thicker wave. He swallowed against the instinctive tightening of his throat. He took the flashlight back in his hand and aimed it into the darkness. The beam disappeared down into a cylindrical void, illuminating only the nearest curve of the interior wall. The inside of the tank was coated in a slick, greenish film, broken in places by vertical streaks where water had run clean and strong. Droplets clung to the metal like sweat. He could hear it clearly now, the small, irregular drip of water inside. Plink, plink. Each drop hit something metallic below, the sound echoing faintly in the hollow space. There was also the thicker, duller slosh of the main body of water, moving lazily in response to whatever shifts were happening in the pipes below. He leaned in a little farther, narrowing his eyes against the gusts of wind that tried to push the smell into them. Flashlight beam, breathing, drip. The whole world narrowed to those three things. The circle of light slid slowly around the interior, tracing the curve. He could not see the bottom from this angle. The beam spread out too much, absorbed by the damp surfaces and the dark water below. He adjusted, angling the light differently, trying to catch any irregularities, loose fittings, foreign objects, anything that might explain the complaints beyond simple age. His shoulders ached from the awkward posture. The ladder creaked beneath him as he shifted his center of gravity. The city noise seemed to recede, the roar dropping away until it was just a faint suggestion at the edge of his awareness. All his attention funneled down into that unseen pool, into the echo of the drops hitting metal somewhere in the depths. Plink, plink, ploo. He thought, for a second, that one of the drips sounded different. Not sharper, not louder, just not right. As if it had landed on something that was not part of the tank. Something soft before it reached the metal below. A tiny, almost imperceptible change in tone. Miguel tightened his grip on the flashlight, knuckles whitening. He leaned in that fraction more, breath hitching, the sound loud in the confines of the hatch. "Come on," he said. But this time, he was not talking to the machinery. He was talking to whatever part of himself wanted to climb back down, close the lid, and pretend he had seen nothing out of place. The beam of light trembled slightly as his hand shook. Below, the black water shifted, sending back a slow, hollow slosh that echoed up the metal throat of the tank, as if answering. For a second, Miguel thought the light was playing tricks on him. The beam swept across the inner curve of the tank, catching the sheen of algae, the slickness of old water. He adjusted his wrist, angling it down a little more, trying to push the brightness deeper. A glimmer surfaced just below, a paler shape against the black. He squinted, leaned fractionally further over the hatch. ribs pressing against the metal rim. The ladder creaked under the shift in weight. His breath fogged the air in small bursts, drifting into the dark. The flashlight beam steadied. Something looked back at him. A face hovered just under the surface of the water, pale and still. The eyes were open, irises washed out, but unmistakably staring upward. Hair floated around the head in slow, dark ribbons, drifting like seaweed in a current too gentle to see. The mouth was slightly parted, not in a scream, not in a grimace, but in a soft, almost questioning slackness. Miguel's brain, for one elongated heartbeat, tried to file the image under some other category. A reflection. A trick of his own features warped by the curved wall. A pile of rags tangled in debris. Then the water shivered. The hair shifted as a small ripple passed underneath, the strands lifting and drifting before settling again. One hand rose into view, just barely, fingers curled in a loose, frozen reach, as if it had been moving toward the surface when everything stopped. The flashlight slipped from his hand. For a fraction of a second, it hung suspended, weightless, the beam slicing a wild arc across the inside of the tank. The light flashed across the pale cheek, the line of a jaw, the shadowy hollow of an eye socket. Then it dropped, clanging off the side once, twice, before tumbling into the darkness below with a hollow, metallic splash. The beam spun as it fell, throwing epileptic shadows up the inner walls, spearing out through the hatch and across the rooftop. The tank's ribs became bars of light and dark. The edge of the hatch carved a sharp, glowing circle in the air each time the flashlight spun past. Miguel jerked back instinctively, hand flying to grab the ladder rail. His stomach lurched. The smell of stagnant water and something stale and human filled his throat until he thought he might gag. Jesus! The word tore itself out of him, half prayer, half curse. The tank swallowed the flashlight. The beam wobbled, then steadied at a strange angle, now coming from within, painting the inside in a weak, submerged glow. In that eerie underlighting, the face beneath the surface was visible once more, turned slightly now, mouth at a different angle, the hair floating around it like a dark halo. Miguel's heart hammered so hard it felt like it might climb up into his throat and choke him. He scrambled down the ladder the way he would later swear he had not done. Too fast, hands slipping once on a wet rung, boots clanging, the metal shrieking in protest. When his feet hit the roof, his knees buckled for a moment. He caught himself on the side of the tank, palms slapping the cold metal. His toolbox lay tipped over where he had set it earlier. Wrenches and fittings spilled like the contents of a broken nest. He stumbled past it toward the hatch, stopping just short of the ladder to look up again. The lid still yawned open to the gray sky, a dark mouth exhaling breath that smelled wrong. Up there, in that circular opening, the faint, twitching glow from the fallen flashlight pulsed like a heartbeat. He did not want to climb again. Every cell in his body screamed against it. But training and habit, those small, ingrained tracks worn into him by years of being the one people called when things went bad, kicked in. He fumbled at his belt for the radio. The plastic felt slippery in his hands, his fingers clumsy. He pressed the button, voice rough. "Front desk," he rasped. "This is Miguel. You need to call 911, now, right now." Static crackled back at him, the wind and the height playing with the signal. Then the clerk's voice, higher than usual, cut through. "What is it?" "There is a body in Tank 3. The words sounded unreal, like dialogue from someone else's nightmares spilling out of his own mouth. On the roof, top of tank 3. Call 911. Get the manager, and do not let any guests up here. The silence on the other end felt thick, heavy as the water below. For a moment, he thought the radio had cut out. Then the clerk's voice returned, small and strangled. "Oh, okay. I am calling. Stay there." As if he had anywhere else to go. He let go of the button and realized, absurdly, that his hands were shaking. He shoved the radio back on his belt, wiped his palms on his work pants, and forced himself toward the ladder again. The climb felt longer this time. Every groan of the rungs under his boots sounded like a warning. The wind pressed against his back, trying to nudge him away. The open hatch above framed a slice of dull sky, the faint, unstable glow from the fallen flashlight painting the metal around it in an iodine tint. At the top, he did not lean as far in. He stayed braced with one shoulder against the ladder, one hand gripping the hatch rim so tightly his knuckles blanched. The other he used to shield his eyes slightly from the harsh edge of the light bouncing back. The beam from below caught the water's surface at an angle, making parts of it seem to glow from within, others to vanish into blackness. The face floated just under that shimmering plane, tilted now, so one eye stared more directly upward. The pupil was dilated, the iris a faded ghost of whatever color it had once been. It was a young face, a girl's, early 20s maybe. Dark hair, now a heavy cloud drifting around her head. Her skin had taken on that strange underwater pallor that was not quite blue, not quite white. The clothes, hoodie, t-shirt, the suggestion of jeans, moved slightly with the slow internal currents, fabric puffing and settling. Her arms floated out a little from her sides, elbows bent. The fingers on one hand were curled, the knuckles wrinkled as if they had been wet for a very long time. The other hand was turned palm down, as if reaching for something below instead of above. Miguel swallowed, throat dry. The smell rising out of the hatch confirmed what his eyes saw. There was no mistaking it now. The sweetness beneath the metal tang. The faint undertone of something that had been human and was no longer fully claimed by that word. He dragged his eyes away long enough to scan the interior rim of the hatch, the edges of the metal around it. No scratches, no dents, no gouges where someone might have forced it open with a pry bar or a crowbar. The locking bar was still intact, its hinges old but unbroken. The padlock, uselessly dangling, was scuffed in the way of something handled often, not attacked. He pictured what it would take to lift this lid from the outside, with someone fighting you from within, hands pounding, trying to get out. There should have been marks, bent metal, broken bolts. There was none of that. The ladder, he realized, would have been just as much an obstacle from the outside as from the inside. It faced away from the roof edge, bolted securely into the tank's side. You did not get up here easily by surprise. You chose to. Down below, on the roof, the radio crackled faintly. Snatches of the clerk's panicked voice bled through from the front desk. Yes, on the roof. Maintenance technician found? No, we do not know how long. Far beneath that, like another layer of sound entirely, the city's noise rose and fell. A siren began somewhere in the distance, a high, urgent wail that swelled as it drew closer, it and its echoes weaving through the urban canyons. Miguel stayed where he was, suspended between the sky and the water, caught in the narrow space of the hatch. He thought of all the nights he had spent in this building, called to unclog drains, to fix toilets, to stop leaks. He thought of the countless anonymous faces that had passed through the lobby. This girl, Lena, though he did not know her name yet, was one of them, had been one of them. Another traveler with a key card and a story he would never have heard if not for this. A gust of wind slipped past the edge of the hatch and stirred the surface of the water. The girl's hair lifted, strands spreading like ink in water. Her face tilted a fraction more, as if the tiny movement of liquid underneath had nudged her. For just a second, it seemed to him that her eyes were focused, not on him, not on anything above, but on some point beyond the hatch, outside of what he could see. He climbed down. He did it carefully this time, slower, each step placed with deliberate pressure. His muscles felt both too tight and too loose. When his boots hit the roof again, his legs trembled. He walked backward away from the base of the tank, not wanting to turn his back on it until he reached the low safety rail. The hotel below reacted in waves. First, the people at the front desk heard the word body and went pale. Then the manager raced out from his office, tie hanging crooked, face already constructing statements for later. Someone was sent to block off the stairwell leading to the roof, breathless and wide-eyed. The clerk's voice, thin with shock, cracked over the lobby PA system asking guests to please remain in your rooms for the time being. Whispers spread faster than any official announcement. On the 8th floor, Mrs. Patterson paused with a towel in her hands, listening to the commotion in the hallway. She opened the door a crack and saw other guests peeking out, eyes wide, mouths already forming questions. On the 3rd floor, Ray heard the distant echo of the sirens rising outside and thought of the gulping in his pipes. In the lobby, clusters formed, people craning their necks toward the entrance, toward the elevators, toward the staircase they were now told not to use. Words buzzed: accident, crime, upstairs, roof. A child asked, too loudly, "Is somebody dead?" and was shushed hastily by a parent. Outside, red and blue lights painted the street in pulses. The first squad car pulled up with a screech of tires. Then the ambulance. Then the fire truck for good measure, its bulk crowding the narrow lane. Doors slammed. Radios chattered. Uniformed bodies moved with the brisk, practiced grace of people who have been here before, in other places, for other stories. From the rooftop, Miguel watched them arrive. He saw small shapes gather on the sidewalk, residents from nearby buildings trying to catch a glimpse, phones already out. He heard the distant snippets of radio chatter through his own static, responding to report of possible drowning, rooftop access, stay clear of edge. He walked back to the hatch, feeling the pull of responsibility, like a rope tied around his chest. The lid still gaped open, a dark wound against the sky. One of the EMTs emerged from the stairwell a few minutes later, followed by a police officer. They approached him, questions already loading behind their eyes. "How did you find her?" the officer asked. "In the tank," Miguel said, the words coming out in a voice that did not sound like his own. "I came up to check the water. The hatch was not right." "Do you think someone opened it to put her in there?" the EMT asked, glancing uneasily at the ladder. Miguel looked up at the lid, at the intact edges, at the way the locking bar sat askew but not damaged. He looked at the ladder, at the damp rungs bearing only the marks of his own boots that day. He thought about how heavy that hatch had been, how it had resisted even his practiced shove. He thought about the absence of scratches, of forcible entry marks. He pictured, unwillingly, someone climbing alone up here in the night, fingers on cold metal, breath clouded in the air, heart full of some decision no one else would hear. "I do not know," he said, because that was the safest answer. But the thought had already lodged in his mind, splintering outward. If she climbed in on her own, what did she think she was climbing into? An escape? A doorway? A quiet, dark place where the noise in her head would finally match the noise around her? He stepped back as they began to set up, as the equipment unfolded, as ropes were secured and harnesses donned. The beam of a new flashlight cut into the tank's core, joining the weaker, submerged one still flickering below. The faces peering over the hatch were professional, but their mouths had that same tightness his did. As the emergency lights flashed red and blue against the tanks, painting them in sickly, alternating colors, the thought would not let him go. For the rest of his life, whenever Miguel heard plumbing groan in an old building, whenever he tasted something metallic in tap water, he would remember the look of that slightly ajar hatch and the pale face beneath. And he would wonder whether the building, saturated with old lives, had whispered something to a lonely girl in the night that sounded, for just long enough, like an invitation. Detective Rafael Marquez had seen enough dead bodies in strange places that the shock rarely made it past his ribs anymore. Shock was for patrol officers on their first year, for reporters who had to rehearse their condolences into the camera, for family members who still believed the world made sense. For Marquez, there was only the work, the questions, the paperwork, the slow, grinding tug of cause and effect. Still, a young woman in a rooftop water tank gave him pause. He stood in the small, windowless room behind the Harbor Crest front desk, the one that grandly bore a taped-on label reading security office. It was barely big enough for the battered rolling chair, a grimy desk, and the wall-mounted monitor cycling through feeds from cameras that were older than half the guests. Right now, all the screens showed the same thing. Elevator 3. "Run it again," he said. The night clerk, a thin man with hollow eyes and a name tag that read Joel, nodded and tapped at the keyboard with fingers that shook just enough to make the keys rattle. The footage rewound. Timestamps flickered backward. Then it rolled forward again. The elevator doors on the grainy screen sliding open with a stuttering digital jerk. Lena Chan walked in. She was smaller in person than the still photos he had seen in the missing persons file suggested. Dark hair to her shoulders, hoodie sleeves pushed up, backpack strap across her chest. She stepped into the car like 1,000 other people had before her, turned to face the doors, lifted her hand to the buttons. Marquez watched her press them. 2, 7, 10, 15, fingers moving in a quick, purposeful pattern. "Looks like that stupid internet game," Joel muttered, then flinched when he realized he had spoken aloud. Marquez glanced at him, then back at the screen. "Game? Something kids talk about. Superstitious nonsense. Press floors in a certain order at night, a ghost gets on. You go to some other world. I do not know. I just know we tell people not to screw around with the buttons." On the monitor, the elevator door stayed open. Lena shifted to the back corner, her shoulders pressing into the metal, arms drawn tight around herself. Her mouth moved. No sound accompanied it here, just the sharpness of her jawline and the tension in her neck. She looked left, then right. In the distorted curve of the wall, her reflection stretched and blurred. To anyone watching from the outside, it looked like she was talking to herself, or to someone who was not there. Marquez had watched the clip 6 times already. Each time he tried to see someone else in the grainy grays, a shadow slipping into the frame, a hand pulling her back, a shape reflected in the brushed metal that did not match her own. Each time, the elevator was empty except for her. She moved to the door, leaned forward, peered out into the hallway. On the screen, the corridor looked flat, a palette of smudged grays and whites, nothing more sinister than bad lighting. She stepped out, waved once at something just outside the camera's range. Her fingers made a small, hesitant arc. To Lena, inside whatever was happening in her mind, it might have been a greeting. To Marquez, watching from his cramped chair, it was simply a girl gesturing at empty air. Then she stepped back in, out, in again, as if testing the boundary between car and corridor. She pressed herself into the corner. She hit buttons again. She ducked, like a child playing hide and seek and forgetting that her feet were still visible. The whole thing lasted less than 4 minutes. After that, she walked out of frame and never reappeared on any camera in a way that could be tracked with certainty. No one else entered the elevator immediately after. The doors closed, opened on another floor, closed again. The building went on with its routines. Somewhere, sometime between that footage and Miguel's climb to Tank 3, Lena Chan had made her way to the roof and into a space no guest was supposed to reach. Marquez rubbed the bridge of his nose with the back of his hand, eyes gritty from replaying the footage. "Do you see anyone else?" he asked, though he already knew the answer. Joel swallowed. "No, sir." "Any other angle? Hallway?" "We only have the one camera on that floor. Old system. The owner keeps saying we'll upgrade." "Sure he does," Marquez said dryly. He let the video run one more time, then nodded for Joel to stop it. In the brief silence that followed, the muffled noise of the lobby bled through the thin wall. The murmur of guests, the occasional raised voice, the ding of another elevator arriving for someone who still had the luxury of using it without thinking about bodies and tanks. He stood up. "All right, let us talk to your people." They did not take long to assemble. The night clerk from the previous shift, a woman named Lacey with raccoon eyes and chipped nail polish, twisted a tissue in her hands as she sat in one of the lobby chairs. The housekeeper, Alma, stood near the wall, arms folded tightly over her apron, jaw clenched. Miguel hovered a little apart from them, still in his blue work shirt, the smell of rooftop air clinging faintly to him. Marquez took them one at a time. "You saw her that night?" he asked Lacey. She nodded, eyes darting between him and the floor. "She checked in a few days before. Quiet. Nice. Canadian, you know. Very polite." He waited. The silence grew just uncomfortable enough to nudge more words out. "She started to seem different," Lacey continued. "At first, she was just another backpacker. Then she came down late a few times, just standing in the lobby, staring at the door, like she was waiting for someone who was not coming. She talked to herself a little. I mean, people do that. But she would laugh at nothing, then stop like she scared herself." "Did she ever mention being afraid of anyone?" he asked. "Did she say she was being followed? Watched?" "No," Lacey said. "She asked about the roof once." "The roof?" he repeated mild. "Yeah. Wanted to know if guests could go up. I told her no. Liability and all that. She just smiled and said, 'I thought so.'" Marquez noted that down. He turned to Alma. "She was messy, but not gross," the housekeeper said, before he even asked. "Clothes everywhere, notebook open, water bottles on the floor. Nothing like some of the rooms I have seen. But there was a feeling." "What kind of feeling?" he asked. Alma frowned, searching for the word. Like when the TV is on in another room and you cannot hear the show, but you can feel the noise through the wall. Humming. She would talk to herself, walk the hall late. One time, I saw her standing at the end of the corridor, just listening to the wall. Listening? Alma shrugged. Maybe it is just how that floor sounds at night. The pipes, you know. But she looked far away. Miguel's version of events was more straightforward. He told the story of the rooftop, the damp streaks, the open hatch. His voice was steady, but his eyes kept flicking toward the elevator bank. You are sure there were no signs of forced entry up there? Marquez asked when he was done. No pry marks, no broken locks. Miguel shook his head. The hatch was heavy, but it moved clean. Someone strong enough could open it from the ladder. From inside the ladder cage, I mean. You would have to want to, but it is not impossible. He hesitated, then added, easier from up here than from outside. You do not sneak up on a person from the roof edge with that ladder. They see you coming. Marquez logged that with the rest. Later, he climbed to the second floor alone. The uniformed officers stationed at the ends of the hallway nodded as he passed. Room 207's door stood propped open, a strip of yellow tape crisscrossing the frame. He ducked under it and stepped inside. The room smelled faintly of cleaning chemicals and something else, skin, paper. The trace of someone's life abruptly cut off midway through using the space. The bed was unmade, blankets tangled, a depression still visible where one body had slept more heavily than the others. An open backpack slumped against the wall, half its contents spilled. T-shirts, socks, a guidebook, a zippered pouch of toiletries. On the small desk by the window sat a journal. It was not hidden. No hollowed-out Bible, no loose floorboard, no dramatics. Just a spiral-bound notebook with a worn cardboard cover. A pen slid horizontally through the coils. He pulled on gloves, then opened it. The first entries were orderly. Neat dates at the top, sentences marching in straight rows, notes about bus routes, impressions of the city, small jokes about bad coffee and strange street art, mentions of feeling off sometimes, of forgetting to take a dose and feeling the edges of the world go too sharp. As he turned the pages, the handwriting changed. The lines started to slant. Words cramped together, then stretched apart. Some entries rambled on for paragraphs about nothing. What a particular cloud had looked like, the way a man on the bus had laughed. Others were dense with fragmented thoughts. Pipes louder tonight, and something in walls, and stop making patterns out of everything. On one page, the entirety of the space was taken up by 3 words written over and over in tight spiraling lines. I am fine. I am fine. I am fine. On another, in shaky script pressed so hard the pen had nearly torn the paper. The water feels full, like it has been used and still remembers. Old hotels listen. Marquez read that twice. He flipped ahead. The most recent entry was short. Dream about a big tank, she had written. Everything from everyone ends up in it. Maybe if you go first, you can ask it a question. No elaboration, no explanation. Just that, and a doodle of a rectangle with 4 circles on top that could have been anything until you had seen the roof. He closed the notebook gently and placed it in an evidence bag. When he bent to check under the edge of the bed, he saw the corner of the guidebook sticking out from where it had been shoved half under. He pulled it free, flipping through pages full of glossy photos and 2 cheerful recommendations. something fluttered out and skittered to the floor. A folded slip of paper, the kind the hotel used for printing receipts. He picked it up, unfolded it. The message was written in block letters, the ink smudged slightly, as if someone had folded it before it was completely dry. If the elevator skips your floor, do not call it back. Just take the stairs. No signature, no room number. He held it between his fingers for a moment, listening to the muted beat of the building around him. The elevator cables thrummed behind the wall. The pipes ticked as water moved, adjusting to someone somewhere turning a tap off, a shower on. An anonymous warning. A journal full of patterns. A dead girl in a tank that should have stayed closed. Marquez slid the note into another bag and labeled it. He had seen people talk themselves into terrible decisions before. Grief, illness, desperation. There were always internal storms the external world never saw. Most of the time, you could map a path through those storms with enough patience and paperwork. Standing in Lena Chan's room, with the anonymous note in one hand and the echo of her handwriting still in his head, he had the unsettling sense that there might be more tracks under the floorboards than he could see. The records room always smelled like old paper and older mistakes. Detective Marquez stood under the buzzing fluorescent tubes, their light flickering just enough to make the edges of his vision feel unreliable. The air conditioning hummed with the steady, indifferent drone of machinery that had been turned on and never quite turned off again. Somewhere behind the walls, a larger unit kicked in and out, the cycle as familiar to him as his own heartbeat. He slid another cardboard file box toward himself across the metal table. Harbor Crest Hotel had changed names twice since it was built, but the address had not moved. The city's archives did not care what sign hung over the door. As far as the system was concerned, all the building's sins lived together under one set of numbers. He flipped open the lid. Inside, manila folders sagged against one another, their tabs labeled in fading ink. Some dates went back farther than he had been alive. Others were recent enough that he recognized the handwriting on the cover. His own, in a few cases. Assault. 3rd floor hallway, 2009. OD, room, 1112, 1998. Suicide, jump, 1985. He set those aside. There would be time to revisit them if he needed to. Today he went hunting for water. He found it faster than he liked. Accidental drowning, 1974. Room, 614, read 1 tab. The paper inside was thin and fragile, the typed letters slightly blurred, where the ink had spread on contact with humidity. A man in his 20s, bathtub filled to the brim, head slipped under the surface while he was high enough not to notice he was drowning. Guests had complained the week before about brown water from taps. Notes in the margin mentioned inconsistent pressure, underlined twice. He let the folder lie open and pulled another. Child found unresponsive. Bathtub, 1989. Room, 209. That one hurt to read. A family from out of town. A moment of distraction. A slip. Officially, an accident. A single line at the bottom, in handwriting that did not appear anywhere else in the file, read, "Guests on this floor had complained of low water pressure previous day. Work order attached." The attachment was missing. He kept going. Complaints, water quality, multiple dates. The pattern wove through the years in small mentions. An entry from the early 90s noted, "Several reports of metallic taste in water. Inspected. No violations found." The same year, a separate folder recorded a woman who claimed water was speaking to her prior to psychiatric hold. No further action taken. He turned another page. The paper rasped under his fingers. Then his hand landed on a tab that made him pause. Unidentified male. Deceased. Roof area. 1977. He opened it. There were fewer pages inside than there should have been. The thin stack felt wrong in his hand, like a book with its middle torn out. The first page, incident summary, was still there. A brief description, typed in the tidy, blocky style of that era, laid out the basic facts. Maintenance worker reported finding body of adult male in rooftop water tank. No identification on person. Cause of death. Apparent drowning. No signs of struggle on body. No obvious trauma. No witnesses. No name. Beneath that, a line in blue pen. Guests previously complained of strong smell and taste in water week before discovery. He turned the page. The autopsy report was gone. The toxicology summary, gone. Even the sketch of the roof layout, referenced in the still present supplemental report, had been removed. Staples lay bent on a blank piece of paper, the ghosts of absent documents tugging at their edges. Someone had gone through at some point and taken what they thought mattered, or what they did not want others to see. Marquez frowned, thumb tracing the jagged indent where the missing pages had been ripped or cut. He flipped to the back of the folder. The last page was a short, unsatisfying note. Case closed. No further leads. Death ruled accidental. File archived. He sat down heavily on the metal chair, the cold seat seeping through his suit pants. For a moment, he just listened. The AC hummed. The fluorescent lights buzzed. Papers rustled quietly under his hand as he shifted his weight. Outside the windowless room, the world went on. People living and dying in ways that sometimes left traces and sometimes did not. He pulled the drowning in the tank file closer. An unidentified man in the 70s, in the same kind of tank where Lena had been found. Guests complaining about taste and smell. An incomplete file. Decades later, a girl who dreamed about a big tank where everything collected. Patterns, he muttered. Or just coincidence dressed up to look fancy. He dug deeper. A maintenance log from that same year, shoved into the wrong box. Mentioned repeated trips to roof to check tanks and guest hysteria about water. Lostone, another document, half crumpled, recorded a note from a now retired detective. Interviewed staff. One housekeeper claims building tries to keep people. No actionable evidence. He closed his eyes for a second and saw the hatch again in his mind. Half ajar. No pry marks. No broken lock. When he left the records room sometime later, his head felt heavy with paper ghosts. The air in the hallway outside, artificially cool, tasted faintly of dust and nothing. He almost missed the faint metallic tang of the hotel for a moment, then pushed the thought away. He drove back to Harbor Crest. Miguel met him on the service floor, near the base of the stairs that led up to the roof hatch. The man looked as if he had not slept much since the discovery. The lines around his eyes were deeper, his shoulders more hunched. "You got a minute?" Marquez asked. "Yeah," Miguel said. "I have got more than a minute." His attempt at a smile did not make it past his mouth. They stepped into the small mechanical room, the whir of fans and pumps filling the spaces between their words. "I went through old reports," Marquez said. He held up the thin folder. There was another drowning, in the tanks, years ago. Miguel's jaw tightened. "I figured," he said quietly. "This is not the first time something ugly has ended up in those things. Place is too old." "The file is incomplete," Marquez went on. "Page is missing, but the basics are the same. Unexplained entry into the tank. No sign of forced access. Complaints about the water leading up to it." Miguel nodded slowly, eyes drifting toward the ceiling, as if he could see through it to the hulking shapes above. You are going to ask me again whether someone could have put her in there. Yes. Could someone have dragged a girl up to the roof in this building without anyone seeing? Maybe. People ignore things. You know that. Could they have gotten her up the ladder while she fought? Maybe, if they were strong enough and she was out of it. He shook his head. But the hatch, detective, you saw it. If someone forced it, you would see it. Those lids are old. They complain when you even look at them. No marks, Marquez said. No marks, Miguel agreed. And that ladder faces inward. You have to be on it to reach the lock easily, to work the bar. You do not drag someone up from the side and swing it open like a cellar door. It does not work that way. So you still think she climbed up herself, Marquez said. Miguel looked at him, then away. His fingers picked at a spot of grease on his palm. I think, he said slowly, that if you asked me which scenario makes more sense with what I know about the building, I would say, yes, she went up, on purpose. Or on some purpose, anyway. Why? Miguel let out a breath. Because the ladder was dry, except where my boots were that morning, he said. Because the lock was just hanging there, like someone had opened it and then got tired of finishing the job. Because I have been up there in storms and in blackouts, and even then, those hatches behave the same. Heavy, stubborn. They do not open themselves, and they do not love strangers. His words hung between them, heavy as the metal above. When the day finally let go of him, Marquez found himself sitting in his car outside the station, not yet ready to go home. The drizzle had started up again, a thin, persistent mist that coated the windshield and blurred the streetlights into soft, glowing halos. He did not turn on the wipers at first. He watched the drops gather, merge, and slide down in crooked paths, each one briefly tracing a line before disappearing into the dark. The inside of the car smelled like coffee and old leather. The radio was off. His badge sat on the passenger seat, the metal catching occasional reflections from passing headlights. He leaned back and let the patter of the rain become its own soundscape. It was different from the hotel's plumbing, but not entirely. Water had a way of making itself known wherever it went. Here, it ticked gently against the roof, ran in tiny streams down the glass, hissed on the asphalt as tires cut through shallow puddles. His mind wandered back through the day. The grainy elevator footage, the scribbled journal entries, the missing pages from the old file, the anonymous note about the elevator, the faces of staff who had known something was off, but had not had a name for it. He thought of Lena writing, "Maybe this building is saturated," in tight, anxious script. Of Alma saying the place felt like a TV left on in another room. Of Miguel talking about hatches that did not love strangers. He knew how easy it was, in places like Harbor Crest, to dress human tragedy up in superstition. Old hotels collected stories, the way carpets collected stains. People liked to believe in ghosts, because the alternative, a world where bad things happened for no reason at all inside ordinary walls, was harder to sit with. Still, as he listened to the rain drum its soft, uneven fingers on the roof of his car, a strange thought came to him, uninvited and unwelcome. What if the pattern started before Lena ever set foot in the lobby? Before some night clerk scribbled a note about skipping floors? Before a maintenance man in the 70s found a stranger in a tank? What if the thing that connected them was not just bad plumbing and neglect, But the way water in that particular building seemed to gather more than it should, to keep more than it ought to. He exhaled, fogging the inside of the windshield in a small cloud. "You are getting old," he told his own reflection, faintly visible in the glass. "You are letting the walls talk to you now." Outside, the rain kept falling. Each drop hit the glass, a tiny impact, then slid down, leaving a thin, silvery trail that faded even as the next one carved its own path beside it. Together, they made a sound like static, like distant applause, like 1,000 small voices, all saying the same simple thing in a language he could not quite translate. The last pages of the journal did not want to be read. They clung together slightly, the paper warped by moisture, maybe steam from the shower, maybe a spilled drink, maybe just the way humidity in old buildings worked its way into everything over time. Detective Marquez eased them apart carefully, the latex of his gloves whispering against the cardboard cover. He had skimmed earlier entries already. He had taken what he needed for the report: references to medication, mentions of feeling unstable, thoughts that might help a coroner check the right boxes. Now, with the official statements mostly drafted, he let himself read more slowly. The dates at the top of these pages were recent. The handwriting was more jagged than before, as if her hand had been moving faster than her thoughts could organize. "Today, the water is loud," one entry began. "Not just in the pipes, in the walls, in my head. I know that sounds crazy, but it feels like it is moving towards something, or calling things toward it." He turned the page. "I keep feeling pulled upward," she had written, the letters pressed hard enough to leave impressions on the sheet beneath. "Like when you stand at the bottom of a hill and know you will end up at the top even if you try to walk away. I hear it most at night, in the bathroom, in the elevator shaft. Water in the walls saying, 'Come up where it is quiet.'" The phrase snagged at him. He read it again. "Come up where it is quiet." His pen hovered over his notebook. He did not write that line down. Instead, he underlined the date, 3 days before she was reported missing. On the next page, the tone shifted again. "I dreamed about a big dark place above the building," she wrote. "Not below, above, like a reservoir sitting on the roof, holding all the noise. In the dream, all the sounds of the city go up there at the end of the day and sink into it. Sirens, arguments, traffic, music, all of it. It gets quieter the higher you go. I woke up feeling like it was waiting. Below that, in smaller writing, squeezed into the margin, as if she had not wanted the words to be the first thing someone saw. Maybe, if you get inside, the noise stops. Maybe that is all it is." He could see the line Miguel had been walking in his own mind now, between on purpose and on some purpose, between suicide in the clinical sense and something more complicated, a search for silence. He flipped forward. The final entries were shorter. "Sleep-deprived, frayed. Hard to trust my brain," she scrawled on one page. "Could be symptoms. Could be the meds. Could be nothing. But the building feels full. Like it is carrying more weight than the walls can show. Like it is hungry in a way no inspector would write up." He felt, absurdly, as if she were speaking directly to him through time. On the last written page, there was more drawing than text. A rectangle took up most of the space, a crude outline of a roof seen from above. Along one side, 4 circles sat in a row, not perfectly even, but clearly meant to represent something arranged in sequence. The third circle, was shaded in more heavily than the others, layers of graphite darkening its center. On its rim, a small rectangle stuck out, a suggestion of a hatch. Lines extended down from each circle, pipes maybe, or simply the idea of down. At the bottom edge of the page, next to where one of the lines ended, she had written, "You are here," followed by a small, shaky smiley face. The date above the sketch was neat and ordinary. He checked his notes. It was 2 days before Miguel found her in Tank 3. Marquez stared at the drawing longer than he needed to. He had been on that roof. He had seen the tanks with his own eyes, 4 in a row. The third one, with its slightly different rust pattern, its ladder angled just so, its hatch that did not sit flush until someone forced it. He could tell himself it was a guess. Guests sometimes notice shapes on the skyline. Maybe she had seen the tops of the tanks from a window in another building. Maybe she had heard Miguel mention 4 tanks in the lobby at some point. Maybe the human brain was just very good at filling in gaps in ways that later looked like premonition. But the fact remained, on paper, she had drawn a rooftop layout she should not have known in detail. And she had done it before she had any recorded reason to go looking. He slid the journal into its evidence bag and sealed it. The soft crackle of plastic sounded too loud in the empty room. Before he left the hotel that afternoon, he found Alma again. The housekeeper was in the linen closet at the end of the 9th floor hallway, folding towels into neat compressed rectangles. The shelves around her were stacked with sheets and pillowcases. The smell of fabric softener almost masked the metallic undertone of the building. "Sorry," he said, leaning in the doorway. "One more question." She did not look surprised. "There is always one more question," she said, then nodded for him to go on. "Earlier," he said, "you told me some of the staff say the building feels like a TV left on in another room. That sometimes it feels like it is, keeping people." Alma's hand stilled on the towel. She looked past him, down the hallway, as if making sure no one was close enough to hear. "People talk," she said. "In places like this, you collect stories. They help us explain things that do not make sense." "What kinds of stories?" he pressed gently. "Used to be when I started," she said. "The older ladies, ones who worked here before it changed names, would tell us not to get too attached to certain guests. The sad ones, they called them. The ones who traveled alone, who stayed too long, who stared out the windows like they were looking for something not there." She hesitated, then went on. "They said the hotel is hungry for the sad ones, that when they cry in the shower, the water remembers their tears. That if you listen in the pipes on a bad night, you can hear every person who ever cried alone in one of these rooms." "You believe that?" he asked. She shrugged, a small movement, shoulders lifting and falling. "I believe people in pain look for quiet," she said. "And this building has many quiet corners. Sometimes it feels like it knows where to put them." He thought of the crying voice Lena had written about hearing through the wall, of the deep sloshing she had described beneath it, of the 3 knocks that had woken her, a punctuation at the end of a dream about a tank. "You did not tell me that before," he said. "What would you do with it?" she replied, not unkindly. "Write it in your report? Tell her parents the hotel sounds lonely? It is just how we talk to each other when something bad happens again. We say, the building took another one, and it feels less like we failed them." He thanked her and let her go back to her towels. Later, back at his desk, The official narrative came together easily. A young woman, traveling alone, documented mental health issues, off her medication, at least inconsistently, unusual behavior captured on video, a history of talking to herself, wandering, fixating on the building's noises, a climb to the roof no one witnessed, an unsecured hatch, an accidental drowning. The words slotted neatly into the boxes the form provided. Under contributing factors, he wrote, possible decompensation, possible delusional thinking. He did not mention the anonymous note about the elevator. He did not mention the missing pages from the 1977 file. He did not mention the way complaints about metallic water and strange pressure seemed to cluster around certain dates. He did not, absolutely did not, write anything about buildings being hungry or water remembering tears. When he was finished, he sat back, fingers steepled, and looked at what he had put his name on. It was not a lie, exactly. Every sentence could be defended. The evidence supported it. A coroner, a judge, a grieving family, if they wanted the comfort of an answer, this would give them one. It would give the building one, too, in the eyes of any inspectors who came by later. Old pipes, old tanks, old tragedy. He reached for the journal again, almost without meaning to. Even in its bag, he could see the sketch through the cloudy plastic. 4 circles on a rectangle, one darkened, a little hatch drawn at its edge. The date at the top glared at him. Before. He turned instead to his own notebook and, at the bottom of a page no one else would see, made a small, private note. Unresolved, why precise rooftop layout appears in victim's journal before access. He tapped the pen against the margin, thinking of something Alma had said. Sometimes it feels like it knows where to put them. On his way out of the station that night, the sky finally opened up properly, the drizzle hardening into real rain. The water hammered on the sidewalks, ran in fast, filthy rivers along the gutters, poured down through storm drains that could never fully keep up. He stood under the awning for a moment, listening. Above the din of traffic and distant sirens, the rain had its own voice. Not words, not really, but a steady, insistent rhythm. It hit roofs and windows and car hoods, every surface turning into a drum. In a city like this, water was always moving, down from the sky, through the pipes, into the ground, back up again in some other form. Harbor Crest's rooftop tanks sat somewhere in that endless loop, catching, holding, releasing. On paper, the case of Lena Chan would read like so many others he had closed. Tragic, but explainable. In the quiet space behind his ribs, where the official language could not quite reach, Marquez pictured a lonely girl lying awake in a thin-walled room, listening to the way water moved through old metal. He imagined the building's deep, constant murmur shaping itself, in her exhausted mind, into something that sounded like a direction. Come up where it is quiet. He stepped out into the rain and let it hit his face, cool and indifferent, washing away the day in thin, short-lived trails that vanished as soon as they formed. In the end, the case closed with a sound so small it barely existed outside the room where it happened. A rubber stamp came down on the final page of a report, leaving a red, slightly smudged word near the bottom. Filed. The clerk who did it did not read the details. They rarely did. It was just another stack in a long line of stacks. The folders slid into the cabinet with a soft, papery sigh, disappearing behind metal and lock. On news sites and local TV, Lena's story turned into a short segment with stock footage. A grainy elevator video replayed in a loop. A distant shot of the hotel's brick facade. A serious anchor's voice explaining tragic circumstances, mental health history, no evidence of foul play. The pieces ran for a day or two, then slipped lower down the homepage, replaced by fresher tragedies and scandals that came with better graphics. Her parents, thousands of miles away, sat on a couch in a quiet living room and watched one of those clips. The sound was a little too loud. It made the announcer's words feel harsh, like accusations instead of explanations. The reporter mispronounced their last name twice. A photograph of their daughter, taken 2 years earlier in a park in Vancouver, hair blown back by the wind, laughing at something just off camera, hovered over the reporter's shoulder. The segment ended. The screen cut to a detergent commercial pretending no one had died. Her mother reached for the remote with hands that shook. Her father kept staring at the blank rectangle of the TV when it went dark, his reflection faint and hollow in the glass. They received official letters later. Expression of sympathy, confirmation of cause of death, offers of resources if they needed to speak to someone about their grief. The language was clean, practiced, as if grief were a stain that could be approached with the right chemical. They lit incense for her. They placed her photograph on a small table under the window. Outside, rain tapped against the glass, the drops sliding down in thin, nameless lines. Back in Los Angeles, Harbor Crest Hotel did not close. It did not become a memorial, or a shrine, or a crime scene tour stop on some grim itinerary. It continued doing what it had always done, opening and closing its doors for people who needed somewhere to sleep that was not their car, their friend's couch, or the sidewalk. New guests checked in. They rolled suitcases across the lobby's scuffed tiles, the little wheels clicking over the same hairline cracks that had watched Lena's backpack pass. Pens scratched across registration cards. Credit cards beeped against plastic readers. The manager practiced new versions of his smile. Old guests checked out. They slid key cards into the little bowl, muttered about the parking, complimented the price, or complained about the noise, depending on who they were. Some mentioned the water in passing, tasted a little weird the other night, then shrugged it off when told the tanks had just been cleaned. The cleanup had been thorough. City inspectors had come, their clipboards and handheld meters making the rooftop look briefly like a science experiment. The tanks were drained, flushed, sanitized. Brushes scrubbed at the interior walls, scraping away layers of algae and any trace of the time Lena's body had spent there. New filters were installed. Samples were sent to labs. Results printed out in crisp columns of numbers that said everything was within acceptable limits. The water pressure steadied. The metallic tang faded back into the usual, anonymous flatness of city tap water. Guests stopped mentioning pennies and rusty nails. Upstairs, the rooms were turned over. Housekeeping removed the yellow tape from 207. The sheets went, the pillowcases, the thin blanket with its slight indent of a girl's last sleep. The mattress was checked, flipped, replaced. The carpet was shampooed until the faintest hint of anything that had been spilled there was gone. Fresh towels appeared in the bathroom, folded into tidy rectangles that did not remember who had unfolded them last. Soon, another name appeared next to 207 on the reservation chart. A traveling nurse, a tourist from Minnesota, a salesman who used the room only to sleep between meetings. None of them knew who had slept there before or stood at that same window or pressed a palm against that same bathroom wall. Life returned to its familiar rhythm. Suitcases rolled down the hallways, wheels squeaking on sections of uneven carpet. Televisions played late-night game shows in rooms whose doors were left ajar for the sound. Laughter rose, too loud and sloppy, from a group of drunk tourists clustered near the vending machine at midnight. Someone sang in the shower with the door open, off-key and enthusiastic. Above it all, beneath it all, the hotel's deeper sounds continued. Water flowed through its veins, up from the main line, into the tanks, down through the pipes. It whispered behind the walls, sometimes soft, sometimes louder, depending on how many faucets turned at once. Toilets flushed, showers sputtered, and then ran steady. Taps squeaked open with the same little complaint they had given for years. If you stood very still in the stairwell between floors, you could hear all of it at once. The murmur of water, the thrum of the elevator cables, the distant echo of a phone ringing at the front desk. A low, constant undertone, like a song the building hummed to itself. On the roof, the tanks loomed as they always had. They were cleaner now. The fresh scrubbing had left brighter streaks along their sides, new patterns of light and dark. New padlocks gleamed on the hatches, their metal unworn. The ladders had been inspected, bolts tightened, one rung replaced where Miguel had insisted it was too corroded. Still, most of the staff kept their distance. Miguel went up when he had to, when readings were off, when a guest 2 floors down called to say the shower had gone strange again, but he no longer lingered. He did his work, listened to the water's answers through the gauge, and went back inside with a speed that did not look like running, but felt like it. The housekeepers joked, quietly and only among themselves, that the roof was bad luck after dark. Deliveries that used to be stored in the rooftop access room found other places to live. Cigarette breaks migrated back down to the alley, where the air smelled of oil and fries instead of wet metal and whatever memory clung to that space. In the lobby, guests checking in sometimes glanced at the framed evacuation map on the wall, their eyes passing over the small black square that marked the roof access. Most of them never looked up again. The case file sat quietly in its drawer, the ink on its pages drying into a dull, permanent calm. The official words stayed simple and human-sized. Accidental drowning, mental health history, no evidence of foul play. The language made the events manageable, turned them into paragraphs that could be read and put away. The building itself did not read. It kept doing what structures do, holding people, channeling water, standing between outside and in. Paint flaked. Light bulbs burned out and were replaced. Doors stuck in humid weather and swung freely when it cooled. Still, if you listen to the way the narrator's voice slowed near the edges of this story, if you let yourself feel the way the pace softened and settled, you might notice something else. A shift away from the sharp points of evidence and into the quieter places where people sleep. You might picture, without being told in so many words, a future guest in some other room. Not 207, not tonight. Pouring a glass of water from the tap and holding it up to the light. You might imagine them sniffing it, noticing nothing unusual, and drinking anyway, because that is what we do, because life goes on in that simple, stubborn way. You might hear, under the clatter and chatter of hotel life, that low, familiar sound of water moving in narrow spaces. Not sinister, not harmless, just there. A constant in a building that has seen too much of everything. The story, for now, steps back from the rooftop, and the reports and the stain of blue skin underwater. It settles instead into the softer sounds: suitcases rolling, game shows, laughing through thin doors, a lull of voices at the front desk as someone asks about wake-up calls. The narration loosens its grip on names and dates and starts to drift toward something more personal, toward the small, private spaces where you, listening, are lying in your own bed, in your own room, somewhere far from Harbor Crest. The hotel remains where it is, in its slice of downtown, letting another night come on. The tanks sit under the dim sky, full of nothing more extraordinary, officially, than treated water. The pipes remember what they remember, whether anyone believes in that or not. And the city outside hums, restless and strange, the way cities always do, sending its noise through the air and into the places where, sooner or later, the noise will have to rest. Tonight, the camera leaves the hotel behind. It drifts up and out of that old brick building, away from the rooftop tanks and the flickering lobby lights, away from the elevators that hesitate and the pipes that whisper. It moves over streets and highways, past parking lots and quiet cul-de-sacs, across suburbs and small towns, until it finds a different kind of room. Yours. Maybe it is an apartment in a city 3 floors up, with the glow of other people's windows stacked above and below you like distant, flickering stars. Maybe it is a small house on the edge of a quieter street, where the neighbors' porch lights are already off, and the only thing moving outside is the wind and the occasional late car. Inside, the world has shrunk to 4 walls and a door. Your room is not perfect, but it is yours in the specific way a space becomes yours over time. A pile of clothes on a chair that was never meant to be a closet. A book half read, face down on the nightstand. A phone charging with its screen turned just slightly away, so its sudden glow will not jolt you fully awake if a notification slips through at 3 a.m. The main light is off. What is left is softer, a single lamp on the nightstand, throwing a warm circle over your side of the bed, or the blue-white rectangle of your phone screen painting faint light across your hands and the blankets. Shadows gather in the corners of the room, not ominous, just deep. The kind of dark that remembers the shape of furniture and leaves it alone. On the table beside your bed sits a glass of water. It might be a tall, clear glass, cool to the touch, beads of condensation forming at the top where the water meets the air. It might be a reused mug, the ghost of coffee long since washed away. Either way, the liquid in it catches the light from the lamp or the phone, holding a small, quiet reflection of your room. Distorted ceiling, a corner of your pillow, the faint suggestion of your own hand as it reaches toward it. The bed is a small island in this night. The sheets are familiar, either freshly changed and still a little crisp, or comfortably broken in, holding traces of laundry soap and your own skin. The weight of the blanket is just enough. You feel it across your legs, your chest, the gentle pressure that says, "You are here. Stay." At the foot of the bed, maybe there is a pet, a dog, curled into a tight, determined ball, paws twitching occasionally as some distant dream runs its way through their muscles. A cat, stretched into an improbable shape, occupying more space than their size should allow, tail flicking once in irritation when you shift too much. Their breathing adds another rhythm to the room, slow and reassuring. Or maybe the other side of the bed is empty, a dip in the mattress where someone used to sleep or where no one has slept yet. A second pillow, untouched or pushed up against the wall. The emptiness is not dramatic. It just sits there quietly, a space that exists every night, whether you think about it or not. Around you, the house keeps making its ordinary noises. From the kitchen, you hear the fridge cycle on with a soft, mechanical hum, the faint click as it decides the temperature has drifted just enough to need correction. Somewhere in the wall, the heater or AC breathes, a low whoosh of air moving through ducts you never see. The vents sigh, adjusting, then settle. Outside, a car passes down the street, its tires whispering over asphalt, still holding the memory of the day's heat or the day's rain. Headlights slide briefly across your ceiling or your curtains, then vanish, leaving the room as it was. Under all of that, if you listen, not with the part of your mind that is busy, but with the part that only wakes up when it is quiet enough, you can hear something else. The plumbing. It is softer here than in the hotel, gentler. A distant, almost embarrassed gurgle as someone on another floor flushes a toilet. A faint rush as someone in another room turns on a tap. Little echoes of water moving through the veins of the building. You have heard these sounds so many times that most nights you do not notice them at all. They are part of the background, like your own breathing, like the small clicks your phone makes when it settles on the nightstand. Tonight, after listening to the story of an old hotel and a rooftop tank and a girl who listened too closely, you notice them more. You are tired. Not just physically, though that is there too. The heaviness in your limbs. The way your eyes burn a little when you blink too slowly. There is a different kind of tiredness layered over it. The kind that comes from a long day of being inside your own head. The endless tabs of worries open. Money, work, the messages you have not answered, the appointments you have not booked, the news you wish you had not read. Some nights, your mind is louder than the world around you. Thoughts replay conversations, invent arguments that never happened, rehearse disasters that probably never will. Old embarrassments knock politely, and then let themselves in anyway. Things you have been holding at the edge of your awareness all day finally step into the center, now that there is nothing else to drown them out. It is not the same kind of loneliness that followed Lena down hotel hallways. You have your own anchors, people who know your name, small routines that tie you to the days. But there are moments, late at night, when the room feels slightly too big for one person. When you feel like a loose end in your own life, hovering between what has happened and what still might, unsure which is heavier. The story you have just heard brushes against that feeling. A girl far from home, alone in a city that did not care whether she slept or not. A building that seemed to notice her in all the wrong ways. Water that tasted tired and full. Dreams of a place above it all where the noise finally stopped. You are not in that building. You are not standing at the edge of a cold, dark tank on a roof with the wind clawing at your jacket. You are in your own bed, in a room you know almost well enough to navigate in complete darkness. The shadows here are yours. The sounds here belong to your life. Still, there is a small, quiet shiver that runs through you when the pipes in your wall make a soft, unexpected knock. Just one, maybe two. The kind of sound you have always assumed is metal adjusting to temperature, or a neighbor's shower turning on at a strange hour. It is probably exactly that tonight, too. The narrator's voice does not tell you otherwise. Instead, it speaks directly to you now, in the second person. like a hand on your shoulder in a dark room. It acknowledges the tightness in your chest that has nothing to do with haunted hotels and everything to do with unanswered emails and people you miss. It acknowledges the fact that you are listening to stories like this because something in you wants the darkness to be shaped into a narrative instead of an empty space. It draws a line, not a straight one, but a soft, meandering thread between Lena's sharp-edged loneliness and your softer, more domesticated fears. Between a girl who climbed toward what she thought might be silence and you, lying here, just wanting your own thoughts to be a little quieter for a while. The horror in this moment does not come from jump scares or things grabbing ankles from under the bed. It comes from the recognition that buildings, water, rooms, these ordinary things, weave themselves around us more than we realize. That the places where we sleep hold our worries like faint echoes, the way pipes hold the memory of every shower, every drink, every tear rinsed down a drain. As you breathe, the room breathes with you. The heater clicks off. The hum of the fridge dips and rises. The car noise outside fades, leaving a stretch of stillness where you can hear your own heartbeat slowing. The glass of water on your nightstand sits in its small pool of light, perfectly still, reflecting a tiny upside-down version of your world. Somewhere in the wall, a pipe sighs. It is just metal expanding, just water moving, just the old familiar machinery of a building doing what it does. And yet, knowing what you know now, you can feel, just at the edge of your perception, that slight, gentle creepiness. The idea that the room remembers your nights, that the walls have listened longer than any person has, that the water in your glass has been many other places before finding your hand. The feeling is not here to keep you awake. It is small, like a cool fingertip on the back of your neck, reminding you that you are part of something larger and stranger than your own schedule. A city of pipes and rooms and tanks and people, all trying to sleep with their own noise. You take a sip from the glass. The water tastes like whatever water in your life usually tastes like. Maybe a hint of chlorine, maybe a trace of the filter pitcher, maybe nothing at all. It is just water. It is also the last thing you will drink before you close your eyes and let the day go. You set the glass down. You adjust the blanket once more. The lamp or the phone screen goes dark or dims to that low, familiar glow. The story steps back a little, giving your room back to you. The plumbing keeps gurgling. The fridge will hum on and off through the night. Cars will pass sometimes. Rain might come. Your thoughts will keep trying to rise and fall, like waves in a small tank you carry inside your chest. But for now, in this bed, in this room that is not haunted but not entirely empty of echoes either, you are allowed to lie still and listen to all of it from a safe distance. If, after this story ends, you reach for the glass on your nightstand and take a sip, and the water tastes just a little metallic, you might pause. You might think of a rooftop you have never seen, of a hotel that does not know your name, of tanks sitting under a low, clouded sky, holding more than they should. If, later tonight, half asleep, you hear 3 soft knocks somewhere in your room, maybe in the wall behind your headboard, maybe in the radiator, maybe in the pipes that run under your floor like hidden veins, you might feel a familiar little tightening in your chest. Tap, tap, tap. Your mind will want to make a pattern. It is very good at that. It will want to connect this ordinary, forgettable sound to everything you have just heard. The elevator that refused to close, the hatch that did not sit right, the girl who listened too hard to the water in the walls. This is the moment where, in another kind of horror story, something would reach back. In this one, you do not have to do anything. You do not have to answer. You do not have to move. You do not have to get up and investigate the sound, or stand at your own bathroom mirror and listen for whispers in the plumbing. You can let the knock be what it probably is, metal adjusting as the temperature shifts, a neighbor flushing a toilet at a strange hour, the building exhaling through its hidden lungs. The story is not here to drag you onto a rooftop. It is here to sit with you in your room for a moment longer, in the soft glow from your lamp or your phone screen, and untangle something quieter. Maybe old hotels do remember people like Lena. Not in the dramatic way of movies, with full-bodied ghosts and flickering lights and voices calling names in empty hallways. Maybe they remember in simpler ways, in the faint indent of a body in a mattress, even after the sheets are changed, in a scuff on a stair that never quite blends in the way the pipes groan a little differently at the hour she used to shower. Maybe water remembers too, in its own strange, non-human way. It touches everything. It has been on this planet longer than any of the buildings we have convinced ourselves are permanent. It runs off faces and down drains, past toothbrushes and coffee mugs, and the tiled floors where people have cried with the water running so no one would hear. It passes briefly over skin that is living, and sometimes over skin that is no longer. Perhaps, just for a moment, it carries the shape of a last thought. Not words, not full sentences, just a feeling. I am tired. I want it to be quiet. I want everything to stop making so much noise. That echo might pass from drop to drop, from tank to pipe to tap, until it thins out into nothing, mixed with 1,000 other stories and spills and rinses. None of that is here to harm you. It is only a reminder that behind every horror we turn into a story, behind every grainy video, every frightening headline, every urban legend whispered in the dark, there was a person who wanted something very simple: rest, peace, a little pocket of stillness in a world that would not stop moving. So if your own room creaks tonight, if something settles in the drywall with a small complaining pop, you can let the sound slide past without chasing it. If the pipes in your building knock once, twice, 3 times as they cool, you can imagine it is the place you live, adjusting itself around you, making space for you to be exactly where you are. You are not on that rooftop. You are not standing at the edge of a black, silent tank, feeling the wind push at your back. You are not looking down into water that has seen too much. You are in a small, familiar room that knows the weight of your body in the mattress and the pattern of your footsteps in the dark. Your bed remembers you in kinder ways. It remembers the nights you came home too late and collapsed without turning on the light. It remembers the evenings you lay there, scrolling through your phone, telling yourself you would sleep after just one more post. It remembers the mornings you did not want to leave, when the world outside the blanket felt too sharp. The pillow knows the shape of your head. The blanket has molded itself to the way you curl when you are trying not to think about something. The mattress holds a subtle valley where you always end up, even when you swear you are lying in a new position. Your room, in its own unsentimental, inanimate way, is used to you. The water in your glass, right now, Beside you is only water. It has its own long history, of course. Clouds and rivers and treatment plants and pipes. But tonight, in this small window of time, its task is simple. It is here to wet your throat, to cool your tongue, to give you something to swallow besides thoughts. The pipes in your walls are only pipes. They rattle and sigh and sometimes complain because they are old or new or not quite installed right. They carry water to your shower, to your sink, to your toilet. They do not know your name. They do not want anything from you. And all the restless stories in this city, the ones in old hotels and new apartment blocks, in office towers and laundromats and diners and subways, can keep flowing past your window without ever coming in. You get to choose which ones you invite all the way to your pillow. If, sometime after the lights are off and this voice has gone quiet, you hear 3 soft knocks somewhere nearby. Tap, tap, tap. You might feel that first quick prickle of unease. Then you might remember this. You might remember that somewhere far away, in a different building, under a different sky, there was a girl who was not a monster or a mystery, just a person who wanted a little less noise in her head. You might remember that the horror in her story was not that something reached out of the dark to grab her, but that the world did not reach quite far enough to pull her back. You are allowed to let that thought make you kinder to yourself, kinder to the parts of you that feel worn thin at the edges, kinder to the version of you that lies awake too late, scrolling through worries that seem louder at night, kinder to the moments when you too have wanted everything to be quiet for a while. If the room creaks, it might be the building settling. If the radiator sighs, it might be the system adjusting. If the water tastes a little off for a heartbeat and then turns normal again, it might just be the pipes clearing their throat. You do not have to turn every sound into a ghost. You can smile a little, even in the dark, and say, out loud or only in your head, not tonight. Not in a defiant way, in a gentle way, as if you were talking to the story itself, thanking it for walking with you to the edge and then letting you turn back. You can feel the mattress under you, the pillow against your cheek, the rise and fall of your own chest, steadying. The glass sits where you left it. The room grows quieter by degrees. The fridge cycles off. The heater finds its rhythm. Outside, fewer cars pass. The night thins into something softer. Somewhere, in another part of the building, a pipe gives one last half-hearted knock. Then silence stretches out around it, wide and harmless. And in that silence, your breathing becomes the loudest thing in the room. Slow, calm, and very, very alive.